test. So if you appear for this test, which is Media Entertainment Creative Aptitude Test, it's a free of cost. You can visit the website mecat.in, appear for this exam, and this will give you a clear-cut idea as to which subsector, which stream, or which area you should pick in the media and entertainment industry. So this is one big example which I would like all of you to participate in. We have our own learning management platforms which is free to air. You can go on YouTube channels and learn a lot of content from there. There are people who are teaching photography, dance, music, acting, animation. You talk about it and it's there. There is around 10,000 plus hours of content which is already lying on these LMS for you guys to learn and absorb. And we do one session every 2 days. One live session every 2 days on our platform called Vidyadan, where a lot of speakers, experts and masters comes in and they deliver these lot of experience talks which they do apart from the regular training programs which we offer. There's also a magazine called Media Talkback which is again freely downloadable. You can scroll through with this magazine and find a lot of career opportunities, a lot of people talking about it. So, you know, if you look into this, there are a lot of areas where we work together with the ecosystem. We do represent the country in international competitions, and this is one big area to showcase your talent and potential to the world. So I would leave it here without running more of the slides, but I will be more than happy to have any questions you have from any point of time, and would be loving forward to see any of you interested in media and entertainment as a serious career opportunity, or as an institution looking forward to associate with us, partner with us, trainers to come in and be our trainers, master trainers. There are a lot of opportunities we can really work on, and as Mr. Bali said, the dream is to make India the skill capital of the world, and we would really leave no stone unturned to make it happen. Thank you guys, thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Mohit, for getting all the audience to stand up and at least clap, if not for us, but to wake you up, and for the opportunities that are there in the media and entertainment sector for all of you to explore and probably pursue if there is an interest. Now, can I invite Mr. Vivek Katre to share his opening remarks?
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here. Such a warm and big gathering, and Asia's largest tech summit, Umagine Chennai. Distinguished panelists and audience, I must say that it is very energizing to be part of this session. We're talking about a subject very close to my heart, which is reimagining education. And if you look at the key word in the whole title, reimagining education, skilling today's India for an impactful tomorrow, what is the key word here? There are two key words according to me. One of them is, of course, skilling, which Divya ma'am spoke about so eloquently. The key word actually is also reimagining, and that is linked to creativity. So while I am advisor to Shulini University, which is in the Himachal Hills, and also to CRU, which is a very entrepreneurial venture in Chennai and other parts of South India, where reimagining creativity, cognitive abilities is the focus. I have been director of school education and technical education in a state of North India, and I would like to say that being with the youth is what gives me that energy. Now, what I want to say is that the youth of India is probably the best in the world. And I'm laying it down on the paper saying that our intelligence and even emotional intelligence is probably superior to most countries of the world. And Tamilnadu as a state, I've been to Trichy and Coimbatore as well, spoken to students as a motivational speaker. I go around India talking to students. I find there's a lot of energy, enthusiasm, fire, verve. There's a lot of skill. But what is lacking? What needs to be done? I don't think technology is going to be a bottleneck. Technology is an enabler. Technology is galloping. Technology is going leaps and bounds. But are we creating leadership in the country? And leadership is not only political. Leadership at academia, leadership in industry, leadership in governance. Are we teaching, training, educating our children to be leaders of tomorrow? If you look at the global phenomena today or the global scenario, I must say very clearly the lack of leadership is hindering global harmony. We haven't focused on leadership as a globe, as a world. So let us look at the three stakeholders of education if we are to reimagine education. The first stakeholder is the student, the second is the teacher, and the third is the parent. And of course the government and councils and organizations can be known as the fourth stakeholder. But if we focus first on the parents, how involved are parents in the education system of India? I would say the structured involvement is very minimal. It is almost zero. The parents come for a parent-teachers meeting to the school, off and on. If the child has done well, they are happy. Child has not done well, teacher has complaints, they are unhappy. But how are we involving them in the education system apart from maybe some parent-teachers, management associations, etc.? I think we really need to work on parents as role models of the future. Children are not only learning in schools, they are also watching their parents all the time. And parents today often lack emotional intelligence, which is the ability to handle people and situations in a calm and balanced manner. So my focus is on the human being. The parent of today is the student of yesterday. Many of us who are parents here today were studying yesterday. And we were focused on our careers, our jobs, our studies, our marks, our competitions. We weren't really thinking of society, for example. We weren't really understanding the world or people different from us, for example. And is it any different today? I think the focus on skills is a brilliant enablement in the past few decades, but otherwise rote learning is still the key. Creativity is still bottled up. What we saw from Mr. Bali and Mohit is a kind of flowering of creativity, opportunities for creative thinking. But the student and the parent, they should have a relationship where the parent becomes a role model. How can we do that? How can institutions do that? How can government do that? By involving parents more in the activities of the institutions. Parents have all the time in the world for their children, or they should, even if they don't. And if we involve parents more often in our activities in the schools and colleges, they will come up with ideas, their eyes will open up at what their children are actually learning, and parents also need to be counseled. Post-pandemic world, people have gone through depression. There are apps like Visa today which are helping youth in getting over that depression. But who is helping the parents? Students are being counseled by counselors in the school, and that is also not enough. But nobody is counseling the parents, and nobody can unless they come forward for counseling. So it's a very radical idea, but I think the schools and colleges need to work on the parents. Because the children are not listening to the parents, they are watching them. They are emulating them. And my experience as an administrator and as an educationist has been that we cannot ignore the parents. If they are depressed or arguing with each other in front of the children are picking up those vibes. Nowadays a very fashionable word, vibes. So the good vibes are required in order for children to become better human beings. What they have learned in school and college is only the technology, knowledge, skill part. But who is making complete human beings? Parents have to play a role. The second, I'll come to teachers before I come to students. There are many teachers and educators in this hall, I'm sure. Now my hypothesis to you is that the best chemistry teacher or the best physics teacher or the best history teacher may not become the best principal of the school, may not become the best head of the school. Because nobody taught that teacher how to lead, how to talk to the MLA. I know there may be some political figures here, but when the political pressure comes on the principal, is that principal empowered and trained to handle that? Has that teacher been enabled with people's skills, with the ability to handle the team? Team building, motivation, leadership. I'm very good at my subject, but I've never been taught how to lead an educational institution. So training programs are required for heads of schools and institutions. Special training programs where they actually transform themselves from being subject teachers to being heads and leaders of some excellence. Now I am part of many school networks which carry out award programs for such educators. And when I interact with some of the principals, some of them are outstanding and some of them are raw. So we need to work on the principals and the heads and the teachers, because the motivation level of teachers, now Divya ma'am and I are or have been in the government. When I go to a government school, how motivated is the teacher? Is she or he teaching with full fire after 10 or 15 years of careers? Are they bored or are they still enthusiastic? How can we inspire and motivate them? Can we have awards for them after every 6 months? Best outstanding teacher, teacher of the month, of district level? Can we have some recognition? Because human beings, human beings are fired by money and power and glory, yes. But what they really seek is recognition. So anybody who's given a pat on the back for doing good work will be happier than being given 500 rupees as a kind of award or incentive. So the thing is, we need to work on the morale and motivation and the leadership qualities of the teachers. Because the teacher is ultimately spending so much time with the future of India. And that future of India, is that girl or boy keen to become a teacher in the career? Do they want to be like their teachers? Or do they want to become policemen and doctors, with nothing bad about that? But how many people actually want to become teachers? So even in today's scenario where we're talking of artificial intelligence and generic AI and chat GPT, etc. Now I am an engineer and I've been director of technology. I still feel that we need to work on the human beings in education. We need to work on the qualities of our teachers. We need to keep them motivated, and we need to motivate the principals, the heads. Because unless they are working on their teachers, then nothing is going to be much coming forward. And who is the most important stakeholder of education? Students in the hall, please raise your hands once. Students, please raise your hands. How many students do we have? Let me see. About maybe 50% of the audience, please put your hands down. I am not going to make you clap and stop like Mohit here did. But, he was a stop clap arrangement, not a stop gap arrangement, right? So, I can say that he energized you to listen more carefully to me because he was preparing the audience for the next speeches. But what he did is something which is required by the student. The student needs fire. The student needs josh. Without that, I am going through the motions from class 0, or not 0, 1 to 12. What am I doing? I'm just going through the motions in routine. Unless I have that drive, that fire to become the best version of myself. And what are the skills that I must acquire with the help of the programs that are being carried out by the state government or the institutions? I need to find my talent. Now my daughter, her name is Kavya, the younger one, she is doing a course in arts-based therapy. Now we never heard of courses in arts-based therapy before. Because people are under depression, young people especially, dance therapy, music therapy, writing therapy, fine art therapy, painting therapy. Such creative therapy is making the student come out of the shell. After 2 years, the social skills, the communication skills of students have gone down. This confidence which you gain by coming into a large hall like this, interacting with others, is vital. It is priceless. When we have social engagements, not on the camera only, physical interactions, then we grow. When we learn from others in diverse creative fields. And what else is needed by the student? Just the right atmosphere and inspiration. Because talent and intelligence is sky high today. I've never seen a dumb student today. In our time when I was studying, about, let's say 20% of them were we used to call them duffers, very bad of us, but they were like that. Today I don't see any duffers. I don't see anyone who is below par. All brainy. The human species is evolving. Brains are becoming brighter. But are the hearts and souls becoming better? Are the students more empathetic towards society? Are they becoming better human beings? That is something we need to think about. Are we giving them role models, as I said? So what is the inspiration? you need to get the celebrities of the state to go to the government schools, to go and talk to the students more often. This is not a motivational session, it's more of knowledge sharing. But when we all, let's say the 5 of us, we make a plan that for the next 1 month we're going to go to the hinterland and meet the students, encourage them. That's what they need. So we work on the parents, we work on the teachers, we work on the students. Only then these organizations which we represent will be doing their job. And especially the government, though I resigned from the IAS and became a motivational speaker, many of you have seen my videos. How many preparing for UPSC? Raise your hands. UPSC? We have about 5, 6. So others are shy to tell us. Don't worry, we won't see. We won't capture your photo. Don't worry. UPSC is a good thing, huh? Good, good. I see some of them. How many are engineers? Engineering students. Okay. How many from humanities? Humanities. Arts. Arts. Arts and humanities the same thing. Okay. Commerce. 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 Okay. Anything else? Apart from what I said? Raise your hands. I think there's one hand. We have to ask him what he does. Okay. Now, concluding my point, because I am a disciplined speaker and all others have been disciplined, so I can't go overboard. Concluding my point, we need to work on the human element in an era of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence will gallop forward. In 1 year, since 2021, we have seen a sea change in AI. We will see an ocean change in the next 2 years. Not a sea change. But what are we doing to keep up? I was discussing pre-conference that are we going to be as intelligent or more intelligent as ChatGPT? We may be. But do we have the leadership skills to handle the situation? So we need to work on the human beings, and we need to make sure that human beings are inspired and aware and alert and work in a team. That is the leadership that is required. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Vivek, sir, for the insightful perspectives that you shared with the audience today. Before I throw it to the audience, I have just one question that I want everybody to share their thoughts on, is to share your thoughts on employability, social learning, entrepreneurship, and gig economy that will probably come up very soon, and we will have a lot of gig workers around in the world. So can you please share your thoughts, and let me start with Madam, on employability, social learning, entrepreneurship, and gig learning. What are your thoughts, and where is it headed?
Yeah. As far as employability is concerned, as I already mentioned the beginning of my speech and my opening remarks, that Nan Mudalvan has been the answer to some of the problems that students and industry face regarding employability. See, how we equip the students with industry relevant knowledge while they are in academic institutions, not after they leave. We have some concepts like finishing school, where they move out of academic institutions, they come into a setup which is sponsored by the industry, they get skilled, and then the industry hire. Then there are models, train, recruit, and deploy models. Recruit, train, and deploy models. So there are various models that are right now in the skilling ecosystem. But how do we integrate it into the curriculum and bring it part of the academic curriculum? Because when students enter colleges, they all come with a dream of pursuing careers, and not every child is the same. Every child is unique. And how do we handhold them to make these various career choices is the challenge in colleges. And whether the colleges are empowered enough to make these choices on behalf of the students, no. We need to guide them, counsel them in a way that is very personalized, because every child's talents are unique, every child's interests are unique. And how do we create this climate in colleges, or even while they are in schools? So this is what Nan Mudalvan has been trying to do, because we understand that education is a comprehensive concept, not only giving them the industry relevant skills, it is also helping them or empowering them to make the right career choices based on what interests they have, not what the industry requires or not what the demand is about. They need not worry about what the society would think if they are a media artist, or what the society would think if they are a dancer. You know, we need to empower them to make the right decisions based on what interests they have, and not about the employability part of it while they are in schools. Now, after they leave schools, where are these options and where do they need to find these paths? So this is where there is a lot of gap, I find, because wherever rural students are concerned, it is the teachers that they look up to. In schools, whatever the teacher tells them, because the teacher might give them certain career options, and options at home are that you should be closer to home. You can't leave, you can't, probably, there are some obstacles like that. So how is the child able to decide on a career choice or on a higher education choice? It is only by whatever the peers in that society have done, he or she follows that. So it is, Nanmudalvan intends to give the child that ability to choose, while not creating these obstacles in front of them, while not seeing these obstacles, he or she is able to see his career in front of her. And how we create this ecosystem is where we tend to give all the content, all the training content that an urban child has access to. Right now we see that all these LMSs that we have, all this education has become so digital, has become democratized. So whatever content or instruction that is given in a college right now is available at the homes. But you can get Harvard material at homes, right? From sitting from homes, you can access quality training material. So that is not of concern at all. So that these colleges will have to redefine themselves according to individual tastes, individual choices. So this is what reimagining education is about. So how do we give them, suppose somebody is doing BSc Physics, whether he would be able to find a career in what he is learning, or if he doesn't, what is his next step? What is that he is interested in? And what is that the industry wants? So this is that gap that Nanmudalvan is trying to fill. But by giving them, making accessible whatever is available in industry right now, whatever is best in the EdTech right now, taking them into their spaces without having to pay anything extra. Because we understand in many universities, or probably in many private colleges, they will have to shell out a lot of money to go through these value-added programs that are intended to make them employable. But here, under Nanmudalvan, we are giving it all free of cost, and we are mandating it. Many of the EdTech companies here would agree that the percentage of completion of any EdTech program would be less than 10%. Why? Because there is no incentive for the student to take the program. But since we are making it mandatory and making it a credit-based program, the completion rate is much more higher. It is almost close to 100%. And we bring the industry. Now we need to break down the walls of colleges, bring society, bring technology, bring industry into the colleges, so that the students are able to relate to problems around them, societal problems, problems in the industry, and how they apply what they learn. It could be a value-added program, but how they apply what they learn. Otherwise, it will remain just a certificate that they have. How they apply that technology to problems around them, and how they are able to see solutions developing for those problems. That is what will incentivize them and make them fit for the gig economy. Whether they are employable or not is a different thing. When our Honorable Chief Minister went to Salem for he wanted to interact with the students who are pursuing Nanmudalvan courses. There was one very bright student who informed the Chief Minister, "I'm not worried, sir, whether I will get a job after I do the program. But this program has given me the confidence that I would be able to get any kind of contract even while I'm doing my college. Even in my second year, I have got 10 certifications, and now I'm empowered enough, I'm confident that I would manage even without a job because I have these contracts." So that is the confidence that education should give.
Thank you, ma'am. That was what the outcome is desired by all students. And many of them might be exploring opportunities to become a gig worker in the future, because that would probably move in that direction. Your thoughts, Arvind sir?
Yeah, I think the need of industry keep changing. If you remember 40, 50 years back, if you knew English and if you knew how to dress up, you'll get a job. Then there was a time 30 years back, 25 years back, if you knew how to operate a computer, you'll get a job. Then maybe 10 years back, if you knew Excel, PowerPoint and all that, you'll get a job. But now the world is changing very, very fast. So the basic requirement is that, each one of us has to have some skill, something which we can do, which is going to get us the jobs, which are going to keep us ahead. Another thing, we are talking about entrepreneurs. It could be like any kind of entrepreneur, anything, which you start. One thing, on which we at Telecom Sector Skill Council are working is creating a lot of village level entrepreneur. We realized that in India we have got 650,000 villages, and each village needs at least 2 to 3 youngsters or professionals, I'll say, who are multi-skilled. They are the people who should be able to fix or who is able to repair a fiber, who is be able to provide a FTTH connection, who should be able to do a troubleshooting of connections. He should be the one, who can fix up the computer, maybe little without debugging, etc. So one person, whenever you need, and he is just sitting at home or he is just maybe working in his field, but he is knowledgeable, and whosoever needs in the village any kind of such service, he is available, and I think he can definitely earn a lot. Even like my mother, can't live without a minute if her phone is not working, and that is true with everyone, right? Phone has to work. And for that reason, I think even in villages, we need such kind of entrepreneurs. So it's a great opportunity.
Wonderful. Thank you, Arvind. Mohit sir, you briefly mentioned about gig working within the media and entertainment system. Can you a little elaborate on your thoughts on how employability, gig working, and all of this will complement each other in the coming years?
So if you ask me, sir, employability is choice and entrepreneurship is courage. Why I'm saying that is because a journey from an employee to an entrepreneur needs few things: passion, determination, focus, and courage. And if we are able to do that and able to build up a good team, I am sure from an employee transformation to an entrepreneur is very simple. In our industry today, we find the challenge of not having employment as a quotient. The quotient is about retaining the employee. Because in 6 months, the employees become so smart that they don't really want to work. They want to go off. And in the last 2 years of COVID, what has happened is all the animation, VFX, gaming studios, even the films, music, everything has been distributed across. So these kids can work in Northeast, sitting in Guwahati and make a music, while the child in Chennai can play the guitar and the guy in Bhopal could play the drums, and it could be compiled at one place. So I think what is required now is to understand that technological advancements is opening much more pathways for us. And as an employee, certainly it's an exposure to your real world. Once we are exposed to the real world, then being an entrepreneur, if you have the courage, if you have the passion, and if you have an idea, and if you are capable of forming a good team, trust me, no business would really lack out. And team, as I say, is the key word here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohit. Vivek sir, your thoughts on gig working and the economy, allowing gig working to be the mainstay instead of large corporations that would exist in a few years from now?
Yeah, I think it's a very good discussion. You see, we have to plan not only for the immediate future, but for many years ahead, let's say 2 decades ahead. The jobs of the future are those which are not existing today. But we can at least make sure that our human beings, our students have all-round abilities and skills like communication, like the ability to place on the table their knowledge, share with others, encourage their team. So I often say that a young coder who joins Google or Microsoft or Infosys or Intel or anything, a techie guy, after 2 years he leads a team. After 3 years, 5 years, he doesn't need his technical skills. What he needs is the ability to handle people. What we in the civil services are trained to do is the ability to get out the best work from your team. So are we focusing on that in all skills, in all sectors? So I think it's very important that we bring out the human element, the leadership qualities, the communication skills, the soft skills, the higher soft skills, the kind of emotional intelligence what to say in front of whom and what not to say in front of whom. So when I scold somebody in front of his junior, what kind of leadership am I exhibiting? He doesn't mind the scolding. He minds the presence of the junior over there, because what respect does he have? So my feeling is that when we work on such skills of the youth, then they become more employable. And companies are today not necessarily going for the brightest of skill, talent and knowledge. They are often going for students or candidates who are able to handle crisis better, who are able to think on their feet, who are able to even be cheerful while working. So in an interview, a candidate who doesn't smile at all, and all the candidates who are sitting here can listen, if you go to an interview and you don't smile, at least I won't select you. So please smile when you go to the interview.
Good point. Thank you, sir. I know we've overshot time, but we can take one question from the audience before we wrap up.
Sir,
Yes.
sir, can I? Towards your right, towards your left, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Can I ask? My
Yes,
full gratitude and appreciations to Divya ma'am and the non-Mudalvan ecosystem as a faculty. I'm a faculty from Kumaragaru Institutions, Coimbatore. If I can ask more of it, we know the demand from the competencies of the industry. We have much of the supply in terms of popular high quality online courses, especially in engineering, for example. I know you're providing the ecosystem, but if there is a technology platform and if that can be integrated centrally, for example, we already have NASCOM Future Skills, which has a tech platform in which much of the providers are already there. So if we can have an integrated platform where all the popular providers, including Coursera, Udemy, edX, the volume will bring down the prices considerably so that every learner across different institutions can be on the platform. I know the AI is going to bring into a proactive learner whatever he wants, but still you are fully aware of what the ecosystem does in ensuring that it gets passed on to the students. So can we have an integrated platform where all the providers will be made available at a subsidized or a free cost, ma'am?
Yeah, non-Mudalvan, I think I couldn't hear you properly because there's some problem with the sound system. I think whatever I have understood, non-Mudalvan is an aggregator of platforms. We do not have an LMS, we intend to have one. But right now what we are doing is we are integrating the content through API, we are integrating the content. Future Skills Prime is on our portal, Coursera is on our portal, NPTEL is on our portal. So here we are we are an aggregator of whatever the LMS platforms outside, and whatever content we need to push to the students, it is through mandatory programs. Here we are very focused on the fact that it should not be only theory. Because LMS, I agree, can do 30% of your learning comes from the LMS. 70% comes from practical application. So here we are also dependent on training partners who can go physically into institutions and offer them that last mile practical training. And all these programs that we offer as part of non-Mudalvan credit programs are all project based. So they are supposed, the training partner is supposed to take the LMS, give the theory content, and 70% of the training will happen on real-time industry use cases. And the students will work on real-time projects. That is what will complete the learning, we believe. And we have fixed assessment rubrics and evaluation parameters for each of these programs that we are offering. For engineering, we are offering for this semester, we are offering 23 programs. And for arts and science, we are offering 13 programs. But now based on the inputs given by Media Sector Skill Council and Telecom, we intend to give more during the next semester.
Yes. My request is for that more part, if it is on the, for example, on engineering, Coursera courses, you are giving it free, is only for select subjects. If that can be expanded, it will be of immense impact, ma'am. That's my request.
Coursera we gave. Last semester we have given electric vehicle charging and I think one more course under
Yes.
Coursera. They did it under University of Michigan. Many students have completed that program. But after the feedback during last semester we received from the students, we found that only theory would not be of use. It would be a certificate, of course. It is a value add for their learning. But real learning comes when they are able to apply that knowledge to projects.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Happy morning, Divya madam. Happy morning. So as you told, it's about the students should be trained in a real-time value. It's not about only the theory when training companies when they take up. So why don't we plan it in such a way like creative, design, implement and operations. There are each and every standard. When creative part, we have to start the pitching event, how they are doing, how they are motivating. Once if they fail, when they are not getting the prize, they are getting demotivated and they are not coming with other ideas or they are fear of ridicule or criticism. So what parameters that we will be focusing on in a profound way called in the creative matter, then in the designing part, then creative design, then in the implementation part. So then in the operations part, in what way periodically that we will support to enhance the individuals on all terms. Service industry, as sir told, soft skills and other things, and as well as in the manufacturing industry, we should arrive. I think that we should arrive at a protocol, and most of the probability should be given to all, including the rural and the people who study in a big university in Chennai city. And it should be a comprehensive way that we should have a metrics in future also. This is my suggestion. My name is Prabhu. I run a company called Vibrant Training and Solutions.
Well taken, sir. Thank you for your suggestion.
CDIO plan, it is there in US. They have the monitor and they frequently monitor and assess the individual's competency mapping for when they undergo a 4-year course. But we don't have in such a system or a mechanism in terms of incubator or entrepreneurship development, we don't have that practical, but we are supporting agencies like NSIC, MSME are there. But integrated part is not worked and practical deliverables are not given.
Yeah, for the next year we are planning an entrepreneurship development program also, ideation, creative thinking, design thinking, all these workshops including the boot camps will be conducted in colleges to identify talent who are interested in entrepreneurship ideas also. Here part of the project learning, I think part of Nalaitharan which was given, some 56,000 students have taken it and they've all come up with projects. And all these are going to be incubated. Some of these projects which have been selected are going to be incubated as businesses. So they are in close connect with the Crescent Institute and they are going to be incubated. So all this is part of the project-based learning where all the projects will be evaluated. The best projects will be selected for incubating into businesses. So that is also part of the program, but next semester we are intending to start entrepreneurship development program by itself. It would be a 1 credit program.
As in a CDIO plan. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody, for patiently listening. I'd like to conclude by one of the inputs that came from ChatGPT last night, is that reimagining education was something that the Finnish government took up about a couple of years back, and they wanted to revamp the entire education system. Besides the subjects they teach, they brought 4 C's of learning. One was creativity, one was collaboration, communication, and critical thinking. They brought this into the system to ensure that students have these skills when they graduate and they can work in any job role that is assigned. But once they implemented it, last year they brought in 3 other things to it. One is resilience, adaptability, and continued learning, because technology is changing so rapidly that the students have to imbibe a system by which they continuously learn. So it was a wonderful discussion. Thank you, everybody, for sharing your valuable inputs. I'm sure the audience has many more questions. They'll probably run into you when we are walking into the corridors. But thank you for being a patient audience and listening to us. So we conclude with this. Thank you.
Thank you, all the dignitaries on the dais. We would like you to stay back because we have a small token of appreciation for you. We would like to call Thiru A. John Louis, IAS, Managing Director, ELCOT, to please present memento for our speakers on stage. I would like to call upon Tirumati J. Innocent Divya, IAS, Managing Director, Tamilnadu Skill Development Corporation, Government of Tamil Nadu. A round of applause, please. I would like to call upon Mr. Vivek Atre, ex-IAS, Motivational Speaker, Advisor, Shaloni University, Principal Advisor, KRUU. Now we would like to call upon Mr. Aravind Bali, CEO, Telecom Sector Skill Council. A round of applause, please. We would like to call upon Mr. Mohit Soni, Chief Executive Officer, Media and Entertainment Skills Council. We would like to felicitate Mr. Hari Balachandran, Chief Executive Officer, ICT Academy, for moderating the session. We request all the delegates and all the dignitaries on the stage for a picture together, please. Once again, let's give a big round of applause for a very insightful session. And thank you all the dignitaries for taking all the questions very enthusiastically and answering them to the delegates. Thank you, sirs and ma'am. We would next have a keynote session on incubating startups with social relevance. This session will cover the importance of startups with social mission and the role of incubators in supporting and nurturing such startups. It will also explore the balance between economic and social impact outcomes and how it can be and not an or. Please put your hands together and welcome Professor V. Kamakoti, Professor and Director, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras.
Done? Okay. Am I audible? Vanakkam. You want me to talk in English or Tamil? Okay, Tanglish. Thank you. India got her social and political independence in 1947. We are now moving to 2047. We have 25 more years left. The most important thing that is necessary for our country, we must become a technology superpower by 2047. With that great goal in mind, let us see what we need to do. And one important thing that we need to do is entrepreneurship and innovation. We must become employers. We must create jobs. Rather than being a job seeker, we must become job providers. And every young youth here who will be leading India in 2047, it is your responsibility to nurture yourself, get into the mode of entrepreneurship, get into the mode of startups, and become great employers, bring out ideas, bring out entrepreneurship field, and make India a superpower. What is it what is it to make a startup in our country, specifically from a social need perspective. I'll start with an example. One of my colleagues was in Germany and his child had a small problem in the eyes. He went to a doctor there. The doctor told, we can do a surgery, spend some 3,000 pounds, or 3,000 euros. He asked, how many such surgeries you have done in the past? He said around 7 or 8 surgeries. But then he came back, next week he was back in India, here he went to Shankar Netralaya. They said the cost will be around 30,000 rupees. How many surgery you have done? The doctor just said some 4,000 or 5,000. That is India. We have lot and lot of social need. That will essentially be the impetus for us to make startups. Friends, we are a country of 1.4 billion population. 100 crore people use the smartphone. We must be driving the market. We must take the call on what should be inside it or what should be outside it. Yes or no? Yes or no? Let us have some Josh. Yes or no? Yes. So let us look at what it means to get a startup from a social perspective. Or social need in there are two perspectives. One direct implication, indirect implication. I will give you an example of a direct implication. Supreme Court has come up and said that manual scavenging should be completely removed from the country. This is a social need. எந்த ஒரு ஹியூமனோ ஸ்கேவெஞ்சிங் பண்ணக்கூடாது. அது it's completely undesirable. It should be completely abolished. All efforts should be taken to remove it. There is a company, Homosep, incidentally it's a IIT Madras incubated company. They have made a robo and they have tested it in many panchayats across the country, which can clean the septic tank. If this is going to be implemented across the country, we have a solution to end manual scavenging, which is having a direct social impact. This is an example where there is a social need and there is a solution which is directly solving that social need. But many technologies that we look at have indirect impact. For example, நீங்க ஒரு கார் ஓட்டுறீங்க, காருக்குள்ள 250 ல இருந்து 300 செமிகண்டக்டர் சிப்ஸ் இருக்கு. கோவிட் வந்த டைம்ல அந்த காலகட்டத்தில் நமக்கு சின்ன டிவிஎஸ் 50 அது மாதிரி சின்ன மோட்டார் சைக்கிள்ஸ், சின்ன ஸ்கூட்டர்ஸ், சின்ன பைக்ஸுக்கு எலக்ட்ரானிக் கண்ட்ரோல் யூனிட்னு ஒன்று இருக்கு. அதுக்கு உள்ள சிப்பு நமக்கு கிடைக்காம இருந்தது. ஸோ இது ஒரு கிரிட்டிக்கல் டெக்னாலஜி. ஆனா உங்களுக்கு பார்த்தா அது டைரக்ட் இந்த ஹோமோசெப், அதாவது அதோட ஒரு செப்டிக் டேங்க் கிளீனர் மாதிரி ஒரு டைரக்ட் இம்பாக்ட் இருக்காது. பட் இன்டைரக்ட்லி இட் ஹாஸ் a very big impact. So இது மாதிரி semiconductor chips to be done in India is going to be a very, very important step that we as a country need to take it up. இதையும் தாண்டி there are other indirect impact. For example, in the semiconductor chip பண்ணனும்னா அந்த semiconductor chipக்கு internal ingredients இன்னைக்கு silicon, gallium nitrate and silicon carbide. I have some water, please. Just I need some water. Thank you. I'll just get you on the water. No. sorry. Silicon carbide, gallium nitrate சில substrate அது மேல தான் நம்ம வந்து இந்த semiconductor chip பண்ண முடியும். This silicon carbide and gallium nitrate, they have very restrictive thermal and electrical properties. அல்ல ஒரு குறிப்பிட்ட அளவுக்கு மேல thermal and electrical propertiesனால அதாவது ஸ்கேல் அப் ஆக முடியாது. அதுக்கு சப்ஸ்டிடியூட்டா டைமண்ட்ல வேஃபர் பண்ணீங்கன்னா it will be it has very good thermal and physical properties. அப்படி நீங்க பார்க்கறது டைமண்ட்ல வேஃபர் பண்ணி ஒரு மொபைல் போன் பண்ணி கொடுத்தாங்கன்னா ஒரு மொபைல் போனோட காஸ்டே ஒரு கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 50 லட்சம் ரூபாய் இருக்கும். சோ இந்த டைமண்ட் வேஃபரை நம்ம லேப்ல grow பண்ண முடியுமா? அப்பதான் இப்போ ஒரு புது ப்ராஜெக்ட் வந்திருக்கு, லேப் grown diamond technologies. சோ இது மாதிரியான இது வந்து ரொம்ப இம்ப்ளிகேஷன். அதாவது லேப் grown diamond technology வச்சு வேஃபர் பண்றோம், வேஃபர்ல இருந்து சிப் பண்றோம், அந்த சிப்பை ECUல போடுறோம், அதை TVS 50 ஓட்டுறோம் அதை வச்சு. சோ there are direct impacts and indirect impacts. இப்போ நீங்க ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஃபார் சோஷியல் நீட்ஸ்னு பார்க்கறது there are many problems. Just go travel 200 kilometers around, go to rural areas, look at where the digital divide is. You will get n amount of problems that you can solve. These are all direct impact problems. But more than that, there are a lot of indirect impact solutions that the country needs. If we aspire in 2047, we need to become a superpower in the world. There are a lot of things that we need to do deep into the technology, what we call as deep tech. So இந்த ரெண்டு ஆஸ்பெக்ட பத்தி நான் வந்து கொஞ்சம் விலாவாரியா பேசலாம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். இது மட்டும் நான் பேசினது இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்கா இருக்கா? எஸ் இல்லையா? Thank you. ஒரு டெக்னாலஜி நம்ம if you want to build a technology, there are 3 tiers in this. ஒன்னு வந்து basic application areas. இப்போ ஒரு ஆப் பண்றோம், மொபைல் ஆப் பண்றோம், இதெல்லாம் application areas. அதுக்கு அடுத்தது next down in the technology are emerging technologies. Examples கொடுக்கிறேன். அதுக்கு கீழே இருக்கிறது foundation technologies. Startup can be done at each of these 3 levels, but the ease of doing business, ease of getting money, ease of earning the trust on the investors will be increasingly difficult when you go from an application area to a next area of emerging technologies to the third area of basic technologies. You get lot of fintech today. Fintech startups நிறைய வந்திருக்காங்க. Tamilnadu we have this FinBlue. I'm sure Tyagi is also talking today. I hope he covers that. FinBlue is under STPI. So we have the FinBlue, which is a startup incubator for fin technologies. There are a lot of startups that come. Mainly this is as an example, it is at the application area where people are ready to fund. People are ready to, the amount of funding is also not that much. The problem is well defined. You can see a quick solution, very low risk, comparatively very low risk. So in the areas there are lot of interest, but this can be some very quick startups, and if you are successful, you become you reach a very good stage. I can give you 2 success stories from IIT Madras. We had a company called MediBuddy, to whom we invested 4,000 rupees as equity in 2014. They exited last month, giving us 14.5 crores. They were actually an app. Of course, there is much of deep technology there. It is not just at an application level, but they were looking at medical applications. There was another company called GUI, who had done multilingual language support. We invested around 3,500 rupees. They exited with 4.5 crores last month. So these are some interesting things for youngsters who really want to make startups. The first startup was looking at medical organization of medical records and related thing. The second one was looking at local language interface for apps. So rendume socially relevant projects. So India, we have 23 languages, official languages today, and we need to basically create apps so that to reduce the digital divide between rural and urban, the people who know certain languages and people who are still have to be addressed through the regional languages. Language translation is very, very important today. And that app, this is a very important social need. This can be a very interesting case study for all of you. Now let us start looking at the emerging technologies. The emerging technologies are AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science. These are basic building blocks. You can have a very good platform where you can collect lot of data, give a quick visualization, have certain prediction engines. So all these things are possible, but this is not just application, this is something which will aid an application. So there are a lot of many startups. Today, AI, ML and DS, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, now Valayata Sulven, IIT la Korangu Guda ML Padikanu Asa. Okay. So it is very easy. But when we start looking at something more than that, today electric vehicles, the technology that goes behind electric vehicles, the powertrain, there are a lot of work that we need to do. This is an emerging technology on top of which multiple electric vehicles, multiple autonomous vehicles, drones, several platforms can be built on top of it. So electric vehicles become an extremely interesting topic. Electric vehicles na battery irukku, battery technology irukku, battery management unit, adudha adula brain. Adhavadhu in the electric vehicle நம்ம கல்யாணம்னு நினைச்சோம்னா அதுல பொண்ணு மாப்பிள்ளை யாருன்னா அந்த battery management unit. So battery management unit is very important. இதுல நிறைய research பண்ண இருக்கு, நிறைய products develop பண்ணலாம். So there are a lot of things that come up. அப்புறம் we have lot of startups today looking at charging infrastructure. நமக்கு இன்னைக்கு கண்ட்ரியில நமக்கு தேவை நிறைய சார்ஜிங் யூனிட்ஸ் தேவை. So எப்படி நீங்க how can we make low cost at the same time reliable, அதை போட்டா அந்த பேட்டரி வெடிச்சிடக்கூடாது, so they're reliable and quick charging facilities. What are the different ways by which you can look at battery technology மாறுது. There is now from lithium we are going to different other technologies because of the non-availability of lithium. So இது வரத்தை how do we handle? So இது மாதிரி பல விதமான startup ideas we can get in electric vehicles. AR, VR. One of the next speakers is going to talk about health. I'm just not talking more about it, giving him the opportunity to mention. But AR, VR, இன்னைக்கு augmented reality and virtual reality, இன்னைக்கு massive need வருது. குறிப்பா இன்னைக்கு we can basically do lot of training, remote training. We can also, with the advent of advanced communication techniques, we can also make education possible on that. So this is becoming a very, very important concept. இன்னைக்கு ஒரு chemistry lab, especially in COVID time, இன்னைக்கு lab experiments நின்னுடுது. If I want to do a chemistry lab, today there are AR, VR models that can be created. One of the startup company, IITM incubator startup company has done this simple thing, simple or complex things I should say, where the entire software is loaded on the cloud, and when you basically put that on the laptop and you wear a Google Glass, then when you wear a goggle, basically it gives you a complete chemistry lab there, and you can basically do all the salt experiment, etc. So in the case of educational technology, EdTech,
I think
AR, VR becomes extremely important. I think there is an interference, I think. Sorry, can you switch off your mic? Thank you. On the emerging technologies, the last one that I would like to talk is on cyber security today. Cyber security becomes extremely important. Today we are not just talking about mobile phones. We are not talking about just about mobile phones. We are not just talking about data centers. But today we are now started talking about what we call as cyber physical systems. Cyber physical systems are those which can monitor your health, which can monitor the pacemaker that is inside your health, which are deployed in cars for autonomous vehicles, autonomous driving. So when these systems become very close to reality, அதாவது உங்களோட இது வந்து லைஃப் ஆர் டெத் அளவுக்கு இது வந்து உங்களுக்கு க்ளோஸ் ஆகுதுன்னா அந்த டிஜிட்டல் டெக்னாலஜியை நம்ம வந்து ரொம்ப செக்யூரா பார்த்துக்கணும். For example, today the entire power grid is managed by a SCADA system. அதுல யாராவது வந்து உள்ள லாகின் பண்ணி ஒரு malware போட்டானா entire power system, power distribution, power evacuation எல்லாத்தையும் they can bring it to a standstill. இப்போ நீங்க நிறைய attacks பத்தி நீங்க பேப்பர்ல படிப்பீங்க. So it is very very important today that cyber security becomes extremely crucial. இப்போ latest there was a Supreme Court order against a company which was promoting a mobile operating system in which there were default apps. அதுல வந்து சில மேப் சில டிஃபால்ட் ஆப்ஸ் போட்டாதான் இந்த ஆபரேட்டிங் சிஸ்டமை யூஸ் பண்ணலாம்னு இருந்தது. அதனால என்ன ஆச்சுன்னா அந்த செக்மெண்ட்ல ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் மேப்ஸ்ல ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் கொடுக்கிறேன் உதாரணத்துக்கு, அந்த செக்மெண்ட்ல இருக்கிற ஒரு ஸ்டார்ட் அப்பும் இந்தியால வர முடியல. சோ சுப்ரீம் கோர்ட், ஆனரபிள் சுப்ரீம் கோர்ட் என்ன சொல்லியிருக்காங்கன்னா, you should not have default apps, no default apps அப்படி நீங்க ஆபரேட்டிங் சிஸ்டம் கொடுக்கணும்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. ஸோ இதுல வந்து ஒன் ஆஃப் தி ஐஐடி மெட்ராஸ் இன்குபேட்டர் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் இப்போ பாரோஎஸ்ன்னு ஒன்று பண்ணி கொடுத்துருக்கோம். இட்ஸ் அன் இண்டிஜினஸ் மொபைல் ஆபரேட்டிங் சிஸ்டம். இது ஒரு ஸ்டார்ட் அப்புக்கு எக்ஸாம்பிள். திஸ் ஹேஸ் அ வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் social need, but it is not just an application, but this is an emerging technology where we are trying to build something much more robust where multiple applications can run. அடுத்தது வந்து we are talking about the basic technologies. இன்னைக்கு basic technology நீங்க எடுத்தீங்கன்னா 5G today. 5G is now getting rolled out. There are lot of 5G enabled applications that you can get it. இன்னைக்கு ஒரு ஃபேக்டரிக்கு நீங்க கம்ப்ளீட்டா ரிமோட் மானிட்டரிங் ஆஃப் எ ஃபேக்டரி பண்ணலாம். அதுக்கு எக்கச்சக்கமான ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஐடியாஸ் வரலாம். அதுல நீங்க if you get to understand the 5G, you can start building applications on top of it. இன்னைக்கு நிறைய 5G enabled இந்த CPE ன்னு சொல்றோம், கஸ்டமர் பிரிமைஸ் எக்யூப்மென்ட் சொல்றோம். நீங்க வந்து many varieties of customer premise equipments இன்னைக்கு தேவைப்படுது. இதெல்லாம் நீங்க ஸ்மால் PCBs நீங்க போட்டு ஸ்மால் dongles அது மாதிரி பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சீங்கன்னா this is also extremely important. இன்னைக்கு வந்து there will be tons and tons of open issues which are directly relevant to social needs that you can build. அடுத்த important aspect என்னன்னா 3D printing. இன்னைக்கு 3D printing வந்து உங்களோட ஓவரால் டெவலப்மெண்ட் டைமும் காஸ்ட் ரிலையபிலிட்டி ஆஃப் த ஃபைனல் ப்ராடக்ட் இதுக்கு ரொம்ப யூஸ்ஃபுல்லா இருக்கு. ஸோ 3D பிரிண்டிங்ல 3D பிரிண்டரே இந்தியாவில் பண்ணுறது. There are some companies which are working which are trying to do a 3D printer, indigenous 3D printer. அது வந்து பேசிக் டெக்னாலஜி. பட் ஆனா 3D பிரிண்டிங்கை வச்சு what can you do next? இது பத்தி நிறைய ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஐடியாஸ் உங்களுக்கு வரலாம். இதெல்லாம் these are all some of the interesting applications, emerging areas and basic technology where you can invest and you can get certain startup ideas. Iniki, very important today, from an education perspective and also from the MSME perspective, we need to do a lot of reskilling. Adapati, the previous session did have a lot of discussions on that. Basically, we are looking at entrepreneurship and interdisciplinary education. Now, ஒரு 2-3 example இதுக்கு சொல்ல விருப்பப்படுறேங்க. For example, today when you look at agriculture, இன்னைக்கு agricultureல what we need to do, இன்னைக்கு வந்து we need to have ஒரு வயலுக்கு போனீங்கன்னா, I would not like to have a conventional fuel tractor to be employed in the field. அதாவது டீசல் போட்டு டிராக்டரை ஓட்டுறது, அதனால வர சில எமிஷன்ஸ், இதனால we want to avoid it. அப்படின்னா எலக்ட்ரிக் டிராக்டர்ஸை போடுறோம். இப்போ எலக்ட்ரிக் டிராக்டர்ஸை போடுறோம்னா எதுக்காக டிராக்டர் வயல்ல இறங்குறது, வயலை உயரத்துக்கு இறங்குறது, ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ண இறங்குறது, இதுக்கெல்லாம் நமக்கு வந்து லைட் வெயிட் ஆக்சசரிஸ் தேவைப்படுது. இப்போ பழைய காலத்து ஏற நம்ம இதுல போட்டோம்னா அந்த வெயிட்டை எலக்ட்ரிக் டிராக்டரால இழுக்க முடியாது. ஸோ இதுக்கு வந்து ஒன் ஆஃப் த பிக் ரிசர்ச் தட் யூ கேன் டூ, இது ஒரு நல்ல ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஐடியாஸ். நீங்க வந்து காம்போசிட்ஸ், இன்னைக்கு வந்து காம்போசிட் இஸ் அ கெமிக்கல் பிளஸ் மெட்டீரியல் சயின்ஸ் பிளஸ் மெக்கானிக்கல், ஒரு 3-4 டிசிப்ளின் சேர்ந்து வருது. இந்த காம்போசிட்ஸ் வந்து லைட் வெயிட்டா இருக்கும், அதே டைம் ஸ்டர்டியா இருக்கும். நீங்க காம்போசிட்ஸை வச்சு மெட்டீரியல்ஸை வச்சு நீங்க ப்ளவ் பண்ணலாம். இது மாதிரியான சில ஐடியாஸ் இஸ் வெரி வெரி இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங். அதே மாதிரி இன்னைக்கு ஏரோ சைட்ல, ஏரோஸ்பேஸ்ல இன்னைக்கு there are lot of interesting ideas that are coming, like for example e-taxi, unmanned drones, autonomous drones, basically to ship commodities from one place to another. So இது மாதிரியான many interesting ideas வருது. So அதுவும் இப்போ நீங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா, இப்போ ஒரு ட்ரோன் எடுத்தேன்னா there is computer science involved, there is embedded systems involved, there is electronics involved, there is aerospace involved, there is mechanical engineering involved. So பல disciplines சேர்ந்து ஒரு சிஸ்டமை நம்ம இங்க செய்யறோம். So அதுதான் there is a very very important need in terms of the aerospace, for example. இன்னைக்கு இன்னொரு இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஐடியா ஒரு கேஸ் ஸ்டடி இங்க கொடுக்கலாம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். This is about a company by name Agnicool Cosmos. இன்னைக்கு கிட்டத்தட்ட 1,00,000 ராக்கெட் நம்ம நெக்ஸ்ட் 5 இயர்ஸ்ல விடணும் for all our 6G and other satellite space application needs. கிட்டத்தட்ட நீங்க வந்து 1,00,000 சேட்டலைட் தேவை. 5 வருஷத்துல 1,00,000 சேட்டலைட் நம்ம விடணும்னா ஒரு வருஷத்துக்கு நம்ம 20,000 சேட்டலைட் நம்ம விடணும். அப்படின்னா பர் டே எத்தனை விடணும் நீங்க கால்குலேட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். அப்புறம் இந்த சேட்டலைட்டோட லைஃப் டைமும் இட்ஸ் நாட் இன்ஃபைனைட். ஒரு 6 to 7 இயர்ஸ் கழிச்சு அதை ரீப்ளேஸ் பண்ற மாதிரி வரலாம். ஸோ இது வந்து கண்டினியூஸா வருஷம் நம்ம வந்து ஒரு 20,000 25,000 சேட்டலைட் லோ எர்த் ஆர்பிட், அதாவது 350 கிலோமீட்டர்ஸ் உள்ள சேட்டலைட் நம்ம விடணும். இப்ப இந்த ப்ராப்ளத்தை நீங்க நினைச்சீங்கன்னா, வருஷத்துக்கு 20,000 சேட்டலைட் விடணும்னா அந்த 20,000 சேட்டலைட்டுக்கு ராக்கெட் இன்ஜின் தேவை, லான்ச்சிங் ஃபெசிலிட்டி தேவை. அதாவது we need something called rapid launching. இன்னைக்கு காலம்பர மத்தியானம் சாயங்காலம் ஒரு தடவை ஒரு ராக்கெட் விடுற மாதிரி ஒரு ஃபெசிலிட்டி வேணும். இவ்வளவு ராக்கெட் விடணும்னா நமக்கு அந்த ராக்கெட் இன்ஜின்ஸ் நம்ம பண்ணணும். சோ இதுக்கு வாட் இஸ் தி சொல்யூஷன்? எப்படி குயிக்கா ஒரு ராக்கெட் இன்ஜின் பண்ணலாம்? சோ அதுல தான் நான் ஒரு ஏரோஸ்பேஸ் பிளஸ் 3D பிரிண்டிங் ஒரு இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங் கேஸ் ஸ்டடி கொடுக்கலாம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். இன்னைக்கு 72 ஹவர்ஸ்ல நாங்க 4 ராக்கெட் இன்ஜின் பிரிண்ட் பண்ண முடியுது ஒரு 3D பிரிண்டர்ல. இதே மாதிரி ஒரு 10 3D பிரிண்டர் போட்டோம்னா 40 ராக்கெட் இன்ஜின் 72 ஹவர்ஸ்ல பிரிண்ட் பண்ண முடியும். இது மாதிரியான கெபாசிட்டியை நம்ம பில்ட் பண்ணா இந்த மாதிரியான ராபிட் லான்ச் முடியும். ஒரு வருஷத்துக்கு 20,000 சேட்டலைட் நம்ம விடுறதுக்கு அதுக்குள்ள கெப்பாசிட்டி நம்மளால பில்ட் பண்ண முடியும். இது ஒரு ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஐடியா. நீங்க ஐஐடி மெட்ராஸ் ரிசர்ச் பார்க் வந்தீங்கன்னா there's a rocket factory, you can come and look at it, where these rocket engines are printed in 72 hours. இதுல வந்து ஒரு ராக்கெட் ஃபேக்டரி, ராக்கெட்டை நீங்க 3D பிரிண்ட் பண்ணாம சாதாரணமா பில்ட் பண்ணீங்கன்னா கிட்டத்தட்ட 3000 சோல்டரிங் பாயிண்ட்ஸ் இருக்கு. அதெல்லாம் இப்போ அவாய்ட் பண்றோம். அதனால இந்த ராக் இன்ஜினோட ஸ்டடினஸும் ரொம்ப ஸ்ட்ராங்கா இருக்கு. ஸோ இது மாதிரி சில ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஐடியாஸ் which are using 3D printing plus aerospace, இதெல்லாம் வந்து this is also very very important. So last before we go into the question, so institutionsக்கு இது மாதிரி ஒரு ஸ்டார்ட் அப்பை நம்ம உருவாக்குறதுக்கு there are certain things which the institution has to do by default. Number one வந்து we have to build system level thinking. அதாவது there is a syllabus that we do, but a considerable portion every semester every institution should allocate so that people are basically given an idea about how to go into a system level thinking. அதாவது ஒரு ப்ராடக்ட் பண்ற அளவுக்கு ஒரு நாலேஜ் வேணும். அதாவது ஒரு ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு பர்டிகுலர் ஏரியால ஸ்பெஷலைசேஷன் இருந்தா போறாது. ஒரு 4-5 ஏரியால ஒரு 10 டிஃபரெண்ட் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்ஸ்ல இருக்கிற பசங்க சேர்ந்து ஒரு ஐடியாவை கொண்டு வரதுக்காக சில ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன்ஸ் கொடுக்கணும். குறிப்பா ஒரு பேசிக் ஐடியா வந்தா அந்த ஐடியாவை எப்படி டிசைனா கன்வெர்ட் பண்ணுறது, how to convert the design into a prototype, and the prototype how to make it into a startup, and how to mentor the startup to become successful. So these are all the different steps, and an institution must aspire to create such an ecosystem within their institution so that people can basically take this up. So இது வந்து ரொம்ப ரொம்ப important. So IIT மெட்ராஸ் என்ன பண்றோம் இதுக்காக? So we have a program called 10x. In the college, if you want to have this setup in place, where design, prototype, concept, design, prototype, startup and mentoring, உங்களுக்கு இதில் help வேணும்னா we are ready to help. You can approach our research park, our incubation cell, and we will be very happy to help you to take those ideas forward. எங்களோட இன்டென்ஷனும் we want to have more and more startups in the country. We need to have more employers, more entrepreneurs to take our country to great heights. So அப்புறம் ரெண்டாவது there are certain reskilling that is necessary today. Two important reskilling. One is data science, another is electronic systems. I am very happy to tell you that IIT Madras today has a Bachelor of Science in Data Science and Electronic Systems. Both we have launched. We have 17,000 students in the data science program. Electronic systems we are going to launch next year. And from in the 17,000, more than 5,000 are from Tamilnadu, and 2,000 are from government schools of Tamilnadu. So these are all very interesting things. So this is where we basically get into the skilling, and that is very, very important. And what is Tamil Nadu government doing? Please, I hope many of you have seen this site, valar.tn.gov.in. This is a site where you can all post your problems, and people who have solutions can post solutions. You can basically look at, startups can say what are their capabilities. Other people who are the end users can come and post the problems, and they can involve startups to make solutions. So this is a very interesting platform. I hope many of you know about it, but if you don't know, please go to this valar.tn.gov.in, and this is a very interesting site where I want all of you to look at it and make good use of this. You can also, if you are buying a very costly equipment, you have it, you can put it here so that people can come and use it. Of course, you can charge them, but there will be a facility for the MSMEs and other people to make good use of this facility. So I'm on time, so I have 10 minutes left. I would love to interact with all of you. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I hope I made some sense here. So let me take some questions. Thank you. Yes.
thanks for your insight, sir. So my name is Naveen. So my company name is Finkless Technologies Private Limited. I am incubated in NASCOM. So can I apply for IIT Madras?
You are interested in?
So I am incubated in NASCOM.
Yeah, you are incubated in NASCOM. Yes.
Yeah.
You can come to IIT Madras for, if depending upon the level of help you need, we can also co-incubate you in case there is a necessity. But if your necessity is that you just want certain advice, certainly our incubation cell can provide you.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Yes.
Sir, I am Rajesh. I am an engineering student. I have a startup idea. It is based on service oriented. Nowadays, எல்லாமே இப்போ மணி மைண்டடாக மாறிடுச்சு. எப்போ பார்த்தா எங்கே பார்த்தாலும் ப்ராஃபிட் தான். பட் சர்வீஸ் ஓரியன்ட் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ப்ராஃபிட் பார்க்குறது கஷ்டம். ஏன்னா நம்ம எதுக்காக சர்வீஸ் பண்ணோம்னா லக்ஸரி பீப்புளுக்காக கிடையாது. மிடில் கிளாஸ், லோயர் மிடில் கிளாஸ் தான் நம்ம சர்வீஸ் ஓரியன்டாக ஸ்டார்ட் அப்ஸ் இன்ட்ரோடியூஸ் பண்ணுறோம். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி ஃபீல்டில் இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கு ஏதாவது ஒரு ப்ராஃபிட் பார்க்கணும். இப்போ என் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஐடியாவுக்கு ப்ராஃபிட் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கிராண்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் சப்சிடிஸ் மட்டும்தான். இப்போ ஏதாவது ஐடியா பிச்சிங் ஏதாவது காம்படிஷன் போகிறோம் இன்வெஸ்டர்ஸ் பார்க்கறதுக்காக, அது அங்கே போனீங்கன்னா உங்கள் ப்ராஃபிட் காட்டுங்க அப்படின்னா நாங்கள் என்ன பார்க்குறோன்னா என்னோட ப்ராஃபிட் வந்து கிராண்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் சப்சிடிஸ் ஃப்ரம் தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி நேரத்தில் நம்ம சர்வீஸ் ஓரியன்டாக எப்படி நம்ம ப்ராஃபிட் பார்க்குறது?
ஓகே, ஸோ இதில் வெரி குட் கொஸ்டின். There is some memento that you are giving me. I like to give to this guy. Right? இதுதான் எப்போதுமே சரஸ்வதிக்கும் லக்ஷ்மிக்கும் உள்ள சண்டை. ஓகே, ஸோ இவர் வந்து ஒரு சர்வீஸ் மைண்டடா இருக்காரு, இன்வெஸ்டர் வந்து ப்ராஃபிட்டை பார்க்குறார். அதான் தட்ஸ் த ரியல் ப்ராப்ளம் தேர். ஓகே, எல்லா ஸ்டார்ட் அப்ஸுக்கும் ஒன்று சொல்றேன், ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஃபியூ இயர்ஸ் நஷ்டம் இல்லாம பிசினஸ் பண்ணுறதே லாபம். தட்ஸ் த ஃபர்ஸ்ட் மந்த்ரா. ரைட்? நஷ்டம் இல்லாம பிசினஸ் பண்ணுறது. என் வீட்டு பர்னர் போறோம், எனக்கு வர லிமிடெட் ரிசோர்சஸ் போறோம், அந்த கிரீடினஸ் இல்லாத இருந்ததுன்னா அந்த ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஐடியா மேல மேல போக ஆப்வியஸ்லி யூ வில் கெட் மோர் அண்ட் மோர் அட்ராக்ஷன் அண்ட் ஒரு பாயிண்ட்ல இட் வில் பிகம் வெரி பிக். ஸோ ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள், உங்களோட ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஐடியால யூ வில் கலெக்ட் லாட் ஆஃப் டேட்டா. அந்த டேட்டா தான் உங்களுக்கு சொத்து. அந்த டேட்டாவை வச்ச அப்புறம் கொஞ்ச நாள் கழிச்சு அந்த டேட்டாவை வச்சு, நான் இது ஒரு பப்ளிக் மீட்டிங்னால சில கம்பெனி பேர்லாம் நான் சொல்ல விரும்பல, டேட்டாவை வச்சே வாழறாங்க. ஓகே, நம்ம டேட்டா, நம்ம கொடுக்குற டேட்டா வச்சு. அதனால நீங்க உங்க டேட்டாவை நல்லா பாதுகாத்து வச்சிருந்தீங்கன்னா, நல்லா ஸ்ட்ரக்சர் பண்ணி வச்சிருந்தீங்கன்னா அது உங்களுக்கு கோல்டு மைன் ஆயிடும். சரியா? So this is a simple idea. If you are looking at, hopefully you are trying to get an app, right? So data is very very important. Data வெளில விடாம அதை நல்லா பாதுகாத்து வச்சிருந்தீங்கன்னா, and if your thing is scaling, உங்களுக்கு ஒரு ஓவராலா ஒரு 10 எம்ப்ளாயிஸ் வச்சிருக்கீங்க, எம்ப்ளாயிஸுக்கு ஒரு ரீசனபிளா சேலரி கொடுக்க முடியுது, உங்களுக்கும் ஒரு 10 5 வரவர் ஒரு எத்தனை பேர் இருக்காங்களோ அவங்க கொடுக்க முடியுது, உங்களுக்கும் ஓடுறது ஒரு 2 to 3 years. ஆனா டேட்டா வேணா கலெக்ட் பண்ணீங்கன்னா that is the way where investors will be behind you rather than you going behind the investor. இதுதான் என்னோட very broad advice. But நீங்க இன்னும் மேல டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணா we can discuss.
Hi sir.
Yes.
Hello sir.
Where are you?
For during the COVID time.
Where are you?
Yes, plus.
Yes.
Yeah, during the COVID time, this industrial medical grade oxygen, the medical grade oxygen specific to some IIT professor has contributed. Do you have any idea on research of which IIT is doing it? I think one or two only, not more than that. If I remember correctly, in North India.
In the industry grade oxygen?
No, medical grade oxygen. Industrial grade is a combination to that.
Sorry, immediate it's not coming up. It must be IIT Kanpur. If I remember, there was a Kanpur
yes.
Chemical engineering department.
Yeah, some professor, yes, correct.
Yeah.
And this is a high capital intensive oriented. I am looking for a debt is okay. 25% I need equity. Minimum size of investment $7 million. So I am looking for $500 million in the unit 1. You have to give some input on that. I need only equity 25%, not 100%.
So you have to look at.
I have debt already.
So I am not the promoter. So we have to look at the professor who is doing it.
Okay.
And then you have to grease that professor whether he is interested in giving you a 25% equity.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
So, but if you are interested, I'll just go and search. I'll find the name very quickly.
What is issued in the market is a substandard that I cannot reveal it here.
Okay.
In global level.
Fine.
Yes.
So so that is a value add that you are going to do.
Yeah, value add. That's
but
what
then the
I-
money you give, will it be attractive enough for a 25% equity? Is for the professor to just.
Yeah, minimum 25 only. Normally it is given by 100% VC and HNI.
I see. No, but 100% equity nobody gives. 100% equity na appo onnu illaya. I give off the
இல்ல
whole
சார்
company.
வெஞ்சர் கேபிட்டல் வந்து 100% எடுத்துக்கோ, நான் வந்து பார்ஷியலா கொடுக்க மாட்டேன் சொல்லுவாரு. இப்போ 75% எனக்கு பேங்கர் ரெடி.
Equity ya?
பேங்கர் கொடுக்கிறது டெப்ட் சார். அவர் 75 தான் கொடுப்பார், 100 கொடுக்க மாட்டாரு.
ஈக்விட்டி சொல்றேல?
ஆமா, ஈக்விட்டின்றது வெஞ்சர் கேபிட்டல் கொடுக்கறல, அது ஈக்விட்டி. அது வந்து ஃபுல்லா 100 வாங்கிக்கோ, நான் வந்து பார்ஷியலா கொடுக்க மாட்டேன்னு சொல்லுவாரு.
அது வந்து அதான், அது டிபெண்ட்ஸ் upon whichever industry.
நார்மல் ஜெனரல் தம் ரூல்.
Okay. But it's up to the person, up
Yes.
to the startup to basically, negotiate this deal.
Yeah.
Not me.
It is like an elephant.
Yes.
Hi, sir.
Yes.
This
Where
side.
are you?
Yeah.
To my right or left?
Right.
Right. Okay.
Vanakkam, sir.
Vanakkam.
So, thank you for giving a lot of very interesting ideas for the students. So, I am Desika. Now, plastic waste side and waste management overall I'm working. But now I have a chance to work with universities and students to help them become entrepreneurs. In the incubation centers, what kind of gaps we see is students are having crazy good ideas. Like, remember, the level of invention and all is like, where a level invention they have. But on the business model, பயங்கர கேப் இருக்கு. அது மட்டும் தான் it's like becoming a big gap. So with incubation centers for the faculty training also, even they are not able to help. இந்த மாதிரி சில gaps இருக்கு. What is your view on this and how can we accelerate this for the students to bring them as successful entrepreneurs?
Absolutely. So இதான் நான் வந்து very good question. So the last bit just before I finish my speech, institutional responsibility today is that we need to have mentorship programs which will take concepts to design, to prototype, to start up and then further mentors. எந்த ஸ்டேஜிலும் விட முடியாது. So all these 5 stages are very, very important. And so there are now good mechanisms for setting up this. If you want an example, even IIT Madras can help you. But there are many institutions in Tamil Nadu who have actually made this. We are seeing increasingly number of startups coming from many institutions in Tamil Nadu. So this must be done as a part of your curriculum. That is something very important because you should allocate at least 3 hours a week where all students from multiple disciplines come. Startup cannot be, if I say I am a computer science engineer, it means nothing. Okay. So we have to have at least 3-4 disciplines coming together to make a system. I did mention system level thinking. So this should be put in the institution and it should be part of your journey, whichever it is, engineering or commerce or whatever, it should be part of your education journey. And if that is done, I think we can do a very successful job. We have experimented at IIT, we have 300 startups now and we want to make it 1,000 in the next 3 to 4 years.
Hello, sir.
எனக்கு வருது or something, maybe it's a network problem for you. Okay. Yes.
Sir.
Yes.
Sir, right side, inga.
Right side, inga. Okay.
Hello, sir. Sir, I am Vijay Kumar from Anna University Viluppuram College. Sir, we have a startup in hardware sector.
காதுல சரியா இல்ல.
ஹார்ட்வேர் ரிலேட்டட் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம் சார். இப்போ நாங்க
ஹார்ட்வேர் சைடுல ஸ்டார்ட் அப் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க.
இப்போ ரிசர்ச் அண்ட் டெவலப்மென்ட்ல ஒரு 8 மந்த்ஸா பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம் சார். PCB போர்ட்ஸ் வந்து மேனுஃபேக்சரிங் பண்றதுல. ஐ மீன் எங்களோட மெயின் மோட்டிவ் என்னன்னா ஹார்ட்வேர் வேஸ்டஸ் வந்து ரெடியூஸ் பண்றதுல சார். வேஸ்ட் வந்து ரெடியூஸ் பண்றதுல வந்து எங்களோட மெயின் மோட்டிவா பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம் சார். என்னன்னா இப்போ இருக்க போர்ட்ஸ்ல இருக்க அந்த சின்ன காம்பவுண்ட்ஸ் ஃபெயில் ஆனாலும் அந்த ஹோல் போர்டே மாரி வேஸ்ட்டாக தூக்கி போடுறோம் பார்த்தீங்களா. ஆனால் நம்ம அதில் இருக்க காம்பவுண்ட்ஸை மட்டும் ரீப்ளேஸ் பண்ண முடியும். எந்த ஃபால்ட்டாக இருக்கோ அந்த காம்பவுண்டை மட்டும் ரீப்ளேஸ் பண்ண முடியுன்ற ஒரு ஐடியாவில் நாங்கள் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம் சார். ஸோ ஐஐடி உங்களை அப்ரோச் பண்ணுற மூலமாக எங்களுக்கு இன்னும் அதுக்கான ஃபர்தர் ஐடியாஸ் அண்டு ரிசர்ச்சுக்கான ஒரு ஐடியாஸ் கிடைக்குமான்னு கேட்குறோம்.
ஓகே. ஸோ இதில் 2 things which was the earlier lady who mentioned also, waste to wealth. இன்னைக்கு it's a very, very important goal. எல்லாருமே, all the youngsters here, please look at sustainable development goals 1 to 17 of the United Nations. Sustainable development goals. இது வந்து very, very important. இது அடுத்த next stageல நீங்க வந்து ஏதாவது ஒரு successful business பண்ணனும்னா SDG ஓட align ஆனாதான் it is going to be very useful. இன்னைக்கு நீங்க பேங்க்ல கிரெடிட் அப்ரைசல் பார்த்தாலே அவங்க கேக்குறாங்க is ESG satisfy பண்ணிருதானே, where E stands for environment. Okay, so that also one point I wanted to mention but I forgot. So everybody look at sustainable development goal 1 to 17 and be thorough with what it means. Okay, you know ungaloda startup ideas can, if it is aligned with SDG, it's going to be a great success. Coming to your point, yes, hardware startup is a very interesting thing. It is, you need lot of perseverance. Odane it will not be an instantaneous major hit. So first and foremost, PCBs are very important today, but PCBs in the country are being done. இன்னைக்கு வந்து பெங்களூர்ல உங்களுக்கு வந்து more than 20 layer 25 layer 24 layers மட்டும் PCB பண்றாங்க சக்சஸ்ஃபுல்லா. So அது ஒண்ணு. ரெண்டா, but the more important thing is உங்களுக்கு you should have a supply chain. இது மாதிரி ஒரு ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நீங்க ஆரம்பிக்கிறீங்கன்னா supply chain கரெக்ட்டா இருக்கணும். You should get the passives. இன்னைக்கு passive ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். உங்களோட capacitors, high precision capacitors, நீங்க chip only இல்ல, but there will be lot of other resistors and capacitors that you need and other passive components. அது ஒண்ணு. But assembly and PCB manufacturing indigenous ah nana pandranga, so that I think you will get in a very reasonable price. But ideas how to make that PCB work in a larger system, there are a lot of, you are working on waste to wealth. Yes. You can approach us, we will put you in touch with some of the waste to wealth initiatives at IIT Madras. As a campus we have taken a vow that within the next 3 years we will not send 1 gram of waste outside IIT Madras. So that's how we build this sustainable development things. So we will certainly put you in touch with some of the research teams where you can basically work and get some ideas.
Thank you, sir. Sir,
Yes.
myself Santosh from Green City Biotech, sir. I am proprietor of the company. I am agriculture based startup, sir. We are providing consultancy and services on organic farming. We are producing organic produce and enriched vermicompost, sir. What problem we are facing is marketing, sir. Nowadays everybody need organic food, organic farming, but we people like new startups need some marketing. There is no platform for organic produce also. I have one farm, 10-acre organic farm. We are producing organic produce also, but we are not getting proper price and awareness to the. If you bring my produce to the market, they are not differentiating, sir.
Yeah.
For which I need your help, sir.
So definition of organic is as vague as definition of a lot of other things, right? So that also. So what is really organic? And today organic food actually gets lot more cost than it's sold at a higher price than the inorganic food. But one of the things that many of these, as a startup, many of these, to actually bring it to the forefront, இது வந்து ஒன்றுபட்டால் உண்டு வாழ்வு. You should form a consortium and promote it through the consortium. ஒரு தனி ஆளால இது பண்ண முடியாது. Okay, இது நம்ம வந்து ஒன்றுபட்டால் தான் இது. So you have an organic. Where is your land, if I may understand? Which place? Rajapalayam. So you have lot of good businessmen there and lot of agriculturists there. So you form a consortium of people and start branding that consortium rather than the single person. So that is where the marketing really works, because as a single person with a 10-acre farm you can give say 3-4 varieties of things there, but if you have a consortium of 50 farmers, then you can give a basket of things which will become much more attractive, right? So iniki pulses plus rice plus ragi plus sunflower, if you give a basket of things become much more attractive. So especially in marketing for the startups, some of the people just leave out the competition but say that let us share profit, come out with that type of a model and take it as a consortium rather than single. That will give you a much better leverage and a quick leverage especially. Okay, so I think my time is up. Thank you very much. Enjoyed this.
Thank you so much, sir, for an informative session and for intuitively answering all the questions. We would like to felicitate you with a small memento. We would like to call upon Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu, Thiru T. Mano Thangaraj, onto the dais to present a memento. We would also like to call IAS Secretary, Department of Information Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu, Thiru J. Kumaraguruban, to join us on stage. Please give a grand round of applause. Thank you, Honorable Minister and our Honorable our Secretary. And let's give a fine round of applause for Professor V. Kamakoti, Professor and Director, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. And we will be jumping on to the next session. It is a keynote on India's opportunity in medical devices and equipment. Medical devices and equipment has been identified as a key Make in India opportunity. This session will cover opportunities in medical devices for India, foundational capabilities and strengths that Indian companies can build on top of, and provide a view on activity and investments happening in this space. It will also cover what it will take to become the location of choice for innovation and manufacturing for global medical device companies. Let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Arumugam M., CEO, Broadline Computer Systems. Sir, the dais is yours.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I think many students are sitting around. I didn't hear the loud voice. Good morning. Well, I think this is the last session. Maybe you have been going through last 2 days of continuous lectures and you have been listening to various speakers, and this is going to be the last session. Here is a lot of interest you can all have. This is about the medical devices. As you all aware, the digital technology is fast moving towards healthcare. So I would like to open up my discussion about my past experience, which started off in Tamil Nadu in 1994. We created Tamil Nadu Medical Services Corporation. In fact, until 94, the medical supplies were not rationalized. The drugs were procured in large quantities, which is quite irrational, and there is close to about 4,000 different drug products have been procured. But as per the WHO guidelines, it is only 266. So in Tamil Nadu, we have rationalized the procurement of drug. We called it as TNMSC model, where we procured drugs and which was distributed across Tamil Nadu to about 12,000 different hospitals, and which has improved our health system from 32% to about 90%. So this set a model for the entire country. After that, this model has been replicated across India. It's been taken up to various parts of the world. This was my first experience. When I was doing this, I just about 30 years of age, I just came in, I understand this problem, and I was able to work with them, and it was very, very scientifically approached, and first e-governance model also, e-procurement model also was implemented in the system. And later on, this system become a global model, and WHO, World Bank, and Danida, and various agencies have taken it. So Tamil Nadu set a first disruption, and which becomes a global disruption later on, and this was the first health supply chain activity which was implemented in a government system. So this was my first experience. Then comes your COVID. During the COVID-19, Tamil Nadu was, the whole India was going through a lot of issues on oxygen. We didn't get the oxygen what is required for various hospitals. Hospitals across India has been running out of oxygen because patients were waiting at the various hospitals in ambulance, and they have huge problem. At the point of time, they wanted something to be done to, mitigate the issue. So we had the opportunity, we thought through, and within 3 days we built a device called Oxygen Optimizer. What happens with this optimizes the oxygen use. What we were doing with 1 cylinder of oxygen for a person, we were able to do it for 2 person. In other words, we started saving 50% of the oxygen. So that we proved it, and we got the piloting, and then we proved out to be successful. After that, we found our Madras Medical College. Lot of ambulance were waiting at the hospital, and people were struggling for oxygen and dying at the ambulance. So the dean called us to implement for 150 beds. We did overnight. In fact, during this exercise, many of our engineers affected by COVID. But we have overcome. I stand in the middle, and we have implemented in all that, and after that there is no waiting. All the patients we could move into the hospital. This was a disruption which we have done during the COVID. So medical system, see, more than anything, you can create a lot of value for the human life. That is what the most inspiring one. So any startup, those children who are sitting here, if they are willing to do startup, you can definitely do a lot of medical equipments. This was our experience in the first hand. After that, this is being distributed across India, and we have, whatever we have invested, more than that we were able to earn, and we are putting into another research project which was ventilator. That time, actually, if you look at India landscape, we need about 15% of the people who are affected in the COVID has to be hospitalized. When they got to be hospitalized, they need oxygen. Without oxygen, they cannot survive. So some of them, 5% out of 5% needs ventilator. But India had only 43,000 ventilators. That's all. Ventilators running out of the country. So we thought we can create a ventilator. We spent about 3 months, and we built this ventilator. This ventilator was applied across Tamil Nadu, and later it moved across India. Here, as far as medical device manufacturing is concerned, you have got a great complex, is not the production of an equipment, getting the compliance, getting the approvals. India, we have a larger problem in getting the approvals. So to get an approval, you have to comply your manufacturing according to the need, and you have to go through the specifics. There are a lot of specifics which are given. You can follow the US FDA and other specifics, and if you can build an equipment accordingly, that works very well. So we had the experience during the ventilator. So this ventilator become a massive hit, and it was started saving many patients across India. So ரெண்டு விஷயம், ஒன்று உங்களுக்கு மனசுக்கு ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமா இருக்கும். மெடிக்கல் டிவைஸை கொடுத்து அது ஒரு பேஷண்ட் பொழைச்சு போகும்போது you will feel the greatest happiness. Particularly we have lot of young children in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is, we have many young children who are doing their engineering. We have a huge number of children doing engineering. But what I see relatively, the total net of projects which comes out of these children in various areas are not adequate. So you have to definitely focus. Where do you focus? Health is a large area where you can focus and build lot of systems. During this ventilator time, I also observed another problem was oxygen flow meters. Oxygen flow meters were running out in many hospitals. We have oxygen, we have ventilator, but we don't have flow meters. Without flow meters, you will not be able to fit the oxygen to the patient. So, running out of these flow meters, you have to import from China. China, actual price of a flow meter is about 200 rupees. China sold it at that time. Whether China sold it or the traders sold it, I don't know. It went to 1200 rupees. But when you look at a flow meter which can be manufactured in a small industry, very small industry can manufacture the same flow meter. But we have to run across in various places to import and substitute this whole problem. So at that point of time, there is no institution came forward. So there were lot of such things, syringes and lot of mechanical equipments, autoclaves. Nothing was available in India at that point of time because we are more import dependent, because we started to get machine and material at a reasonable cost outside, so we don't prefer to buy it locally. So we don't develop locally. So the development of these equipments will make fantastic change in your life. So that's what I observed during this. Then the opportunities, if you look at today, you have to look at the health science as a digital combination, because you have to create an equipment. That equipment should have a digital interface. So without a digital interface, which is host of your software, your deep learning, machine learning, all put together, you have to create a medical device. So in India, if you look at it, the policies are quite good, and there is an Atmanirbhar. So you can definitely display your unit, and which can be easily marketable. I must say it is marketable, and whatever device that you make, it is marketable, and it has got a huge need. Now the needs of these equipments are varying. Lots of new equipments which can be manufactured here locally. If you look at Philips and other companies, they are only dependent on acquiring companies which are manufacturing these devices with a digital interface. So what is missing is digital interface. So these institutions can definitely put lot of effort and build the digital interface if you can't manufacture the equipment yourself. These digital equipment interfaces becomes more a saleable option for the industries to come. So in terms of Indian companies, I see a very large ecosystem. I have seen industrial estate at Ambattur or Gindi or Hosur or Kodishia, Coimbatore, and the number of interesting children who are here will be able to make this change soon, because the import that is going on and the cost that we are paying for it is such a huge price we are doing. So India will be a great option to make this possible. Now when you look at the medicinal device future, you have got personalized healthcare and electromechanical medicinal devices. If you look at the personalized healthcare, India, we have a huge opportunity which is on because of the population and the kind of needs, which becomes more important to give personalized treatment. Earlier we have been following standard treatment guidelines. Standard treatment guidelines are slowly vanishing out of the system, and personalized treatment starts existing in the world. So you children have got a fantastic opportunity. Those who are into software, they got to focus on what all that they can do to change the personalized healthcare landscape. So there is a huge burden on chronic disease in India. India, we are losing close to about 30% of the people on chronic diseases. So they need to be monitored. They need to be monitored both by a digital device as well as a personalized system. So these two are becoming so important. Similarly, electromechanical devices. See, surgeries are not done today by surgeons. It is all done by the robots. So robotic surgeries are more precise and results are quick. and the patient's turnaround time is also quicker. So the hospital and surgical theatres can work at a faster pace. So coming to precision, see precision medicine, this is another area. I think this is a very important area for the development of medical devices, because precision medicine has a great potential across world. I mean, particularly the idea of your genetical map, the genomics and the molecular characteristics of individual as well as the compound that you are trying to give it to them, that both are to be studied. So now, earlier in 90s and early part of 2000, we were talking about standard treatment guidelines. Any patient or anybody to be monitored or managed, you have to give a precision generalized treatment. Today we are moving to the personalized treatment. What happens is, you don't have to take trials on a patient, so patient's recovery is faster. So here is where there is a huge opportunity for pharmacogenomics. Pharmacogenomics, which is becoming a big time success. So what people can really think of, you have to necessarily study about the pharmacogenomics, where how you can apply your genomics data. Genomics data is your all DNA and your RNA, all this data, which now it is freely available. I think with a small hair of you, I can download your genomics data. So this genomic data and your clinical data together, if you try to put, you can build your pharmacogenomics. You can arrive at a beautiful treatment methodology, which is going to be a key point. Now, I have done this with a Japanese company. I have been working with them. I invested in this company called Hekabio. We have created cancer treatment. So this is something, today, unfortunately, the country, everywhere in the world, we have 30% of the people suffering from cancer. 30% of the people suffering from cancer, and it is growing. And out of the 30%, hardly 20 or 10 aware that they have cancer. Rest of them, we carry with the cancer. So this is an unfortunate thing. But the treatment of cancer, we do a very irrational treatment. We do a radiation. What happens? It cuts the entire face or it cuts the entire body. Wherever you go, you have to do a personalized therapy. So I have been working with this company. We created a radio isotope. These isotopes, we can seed it on the tumor. This can be seeded on the tumor. Within 3 days, the patient can be discharged. So this is a massive development which has happened. So this is going to come into world sooner. Maybe in another 1 year's time, it is going to open up a great change for the world. I think for the students and those who are in the startup, you have got a great job to do it. I mean, this is basically involves on your genomics data and your clinical data, and how you can do this. Yeah, you can apply your AI, ML and deep learning. That's what Professor Kamakodi also was mentioning. So these are lines of work that you have to definitely do. This needs a lot of coding. It needs a lot of coding. It needs a lot of structural algorithm. You have huge opportunity. I think, don't ever think whatever I am talking is a much higher technology, which is workable technology for anyone. If you have an exposure to ML, you will be able to have the data easily processed. Your data processing is based on your capability of how efficient you will be able to apply your ML and AI and so on. So this is not complex, it's very easy, but actually some kind of a training that is required for these children to build small ecosystem and startup in this area. So this is another thing, predictive analytics. So now analytics, we always think it is only engineering and mathematics. Now the analytics is largely put into the action of your medical management. So we are trying to get each individual's data. So I would like to explain about a case which I have handled myself. She was comes from a princely family, so we will have to treat her, and her personal data, genomics data and her clinical data and a lot of observational data. See, that's where wearable comes. They get a lot of observational data. These data will be given into a grid. We have processed each line items and we have created a grid of this each data which refers to her, and we have cumulated similar cases across world, and we collected the data and we did a overall, we built a multi-grid, and we were able to locate what exactly the treatment methodology we should change for that patient. And this was a trial. Of course, they have allowed us to try, and we trialed it out. Finally, we find one particular change that we can do on the molecular, and the medicines have been created. That was given to her and she got cured in about 5 days. So what I personally see, there is a huge potential opening up. I did have one center of excellence. I did see a lot of doctors who are visiting and discussing about various development in this predictive analytics for their medicine. So one problem with India is about private protection. How do you protect this data? Each individual data, how are they protect? How they really keep it safe so that the data can be evolved later on. That was a very great issues. Then the wearable device. Wearable device, we have made several wearable device we are wearing. We have Apple watches. Of course, you have got Garmin watches and all that things, and you have got glucometers, you have got pacemakers, and you have got respiratory track devices. So much of devices has come. So how do we manage these devices? That's a big matter of concern. In UK, many of them, they just don't live, elderly people, they just live in houses. They are not being cared by anyone. Lot of single individuals who live in various parts of UK. So they have a complex problem whether they are alive, whether they are woke up, whether their systems are monitored. So for these kind of elderly people, we have created a device which they wear it on their neck, and that monitors their pulse, their oxygen level, and their complete health data, and starts flowing into the system. So the doctor who monitors, he will have all the data. We are aware that he is alive. The moment if he has got any problem, that will be intimated to the doctor, then the ambulatory assistance goes to them. So this is the way elderly care has been managed. So wearable device is a very major market which our India can play a vital role. I think next few years we started to see elders also living alone in remote places, and they are not being cared. So this is an area you can definitely explore. Then the disease management platforms. I think today we have not built a platform. We have been individually working. Every data that we do collect the data, and it is being used for a particular person and be done with it. No transaction of data. There is no common platform is built. So now India needs common platforms. So how do we build platforms? You have built platforms for several applications, but for health there is no unique platform in India. So this is an area where much of your data and your experience will make a lot of sense. See, for example, for communicable disease or any disease that a person or any particular disease someone gets it, we will be able to do a analysis and try to manage with the past experience. So what happens is these data which we collect from various parts of the world gets into this, and it gets completely analyzed, and grids are produced. So every time there is some communicable disease, or if any particular pattern of disease which sweeps the world, we will be able to cull out these data, and we will tell the management methodology. So the doctors need not be extremely knowledgeable in managing it. For example, in an emergency situation, any patients who comes into an emergency ward, doctors are unable to manage the patient because they don't have the skill of what to be done. We don't know anything about the patient, whether he is chronic kidney or diabetic, we have no clue at all. So the doctors will be completely unaware of that and they try to manage the patient. So what happens is, by doing this disease management pattern on every patient, and if data is available, so for that some EMR, EHR, we can formalize and connect multiple grids into one grid. India will be very comfortable in managing. Otherwise, we will be spending a lot of money. So in this area, it is unfocused and huge amount of money has been wasted. So managing health, tracking the patient's health will be a big time success. So every patient, what is happening to them every hourly matters a lot. So this is one area which is really getting boomed. Then the personalized healthcare. So for example, India is a large and diverse population. We have got a huge population. Population management in any particular pandemic become very complex. Still we have not created a proper grid to manage. So there is a huge burden on chronic disease. Chronic disease many people carry, like diabetes, very prevalent across the India. We have got many such things like respiratory disease. Many people are suffering from asthma. So there is so many chronic disease, but there is absolutely no protocol which being applied. So they just been managed. Everybody come, they start from the beginning. It need not be started from the beginning. So every patient can be personalized on their own health data. So this area nobody attempted. In India, best of my knowledge, all our techie institution and medical institution, we have no big research has gone into this. So this is an area which needs a lot of adaptation of equipments. There is a lot of biomedical equipments and lot of wearable device. We will be able to monitor this thing, and this will help us to do a lot of research. In fact, the number of surgeries we do in India is huge. Nowhere in the world they do so much of cardiac surgery as we do in India. But if you do data, if you try to accumulate all the data, understand why this cardiac surgery is needed, why not he can be managed, otherwise we don't have data. So what happens, there is no common pool of data for personalization. So every individual is personalized, his whole management will become very easy. Of course, government is taking a lot of initiative, they are putting a lot of money into this, but this research area, there is no takers. That is very unfortunate. So I would like to say, medical devices and digital technology, there is a lot of area which is still open. Huge money is being given, but no takers. What happens is, there is no proper coordination between medical science and electromechanical and computer science. There is no proper connection which is there in India, which will make India will be a most emerging world, emerging medical world across, because we have huge lacking. Still it's not being addressed at all. So now if you look at the sensory robots, which has come very common, these sensory robots can do the surgery and can give the physical movements of the person, and it decides. What happens is, human and see the robotic surgery and the human intervened surgery, there are big gap. Robotic surgery is very precise and there is no errors at all unless you programmed it properly and if you handle it properly. And second advantage, we can do this surgery remotely. A patient who is in Tanjavur, a doctor can do the robotic surgery from Chennai. He don't have to go to Tanjavur. To medical assistants, he can manage the surgery from here. See, now I talk to the robotic medical care. They don't have a sensual arm. In India, we have not developed a sensual arm. All over world, there is still lot of potential for development. This is the most cost-effective care. Keeping a robotic surgeon, robotic-based surgery, you turnaround time for every surgery is just an hour. Vis-a-vis, if you do through a normal surgery, it takes about 3 hours, 3 to 4 hours. So turnaround, if you look at a country like us, this makes a lot of difference. I think now our country is adapting it, but there is a huge growth potential for the youngsters. See, I have seen one young boy who came to me with a robotic arm for stomach ulceration. So that robotic arm I checked up. Of course, he has made it so beautifully with the help of a medical doctor, but it was not professionally done, so I helped him to do that. Now that has won an award of about 50 lakhs. So some kind of an impetus is given in India. Please request all of you to put in some amount of effort and interest in medical technologies to be built. And this is a CFD, which is actually when every patient has got a chronic problem of their breathing. There is a huge breathing issue, and they have chronic issue on where the vent pipe and the entire respiratory system. We all misdiagnose for other issues and the huge amount of treatment that is going on. So now there is an equipment which has come that is that will do a simulation of your trachea. Your whole trachea will get simulated, and it will bring the data as to what exactly happening in your throat. And based on this data, you will be able to design you will be able to do the intervention. So fixing it for few days, you will get the data of what exactly the trachea problem. See, I have seen many of them snoring. Absolutely, there is no solution we have found for snoring, excepting you have a CPAP and they used to fix it for the night and get rid of it. But during snoring, many people die also. But using the CFD, this device, you will be able to find out why that snoring is happening, where exactly this trachea is getting cut. We can manage accordingly. So this is another new innovation. Of course, this innovation has got a huge opportunity. So about electromechanical devices, insulin pumps, MRI machines, it's not a very complex machines. We can do it in our startups. It is not a very complex machine. It can be done by a startup itself. So we need a huge leverage of these machines. So these machines will have to be manufactured largely in India, but it's not happening. We are doing a huge import, and the cost of an imported machine versus an Indian machine, you have got a difference of 5 to 6 times. This innovation will make a phenomenal change in our Indian landscape. So I just want to final notes on what medical devices market today. It is hugely developing. India is going to have very medical devices aligned with smart services. These solutions are going to be the big market for India. We will expect about $30 billion by 2030. The market is growing. This market is never touched. Unfortunately, this market is not touched at all. This market will grow phenomenally, and preventive measures, treatment measures are being discussed widely rather than cure. We do the prevention. How do we do the prevention? Prevention can be done through medical devices only. Build medical devices, and people who have it will have a detailed knowledge of where they stand and what is their problem, and we will be able to correct it. And Philips and GE and most of the companies, having got a huge ecosystem, they are ready to sponsor any development that has come. So I did the ventilator. In my case, I built the ventilator. Whole technology was bought out by a multinational. They just bought it from me because I don't have the arm to market. So I gave it to them. So now what happened? They are building from that. We have done a AI application in that. They took the AI application from our device and they are using it in their device. And my device has gone out of marketing. So what happens? You have a huge future. People will buy your technology. Your idea is good. It's easily marketable. And connected solution, health solutions have become more a connected solution. It is not a singular solution. If anybody makes a device, the device must be connected. It should have an IoT or IIoT port, and it should be connected into the device with an interface. With an interface only it is able to function well. So all the medical devices are more connected and it will have a connected solution so that the data also will be there. So without data, nothing moves. As Professor Kamakodi also said, data is the wealth. So you have to have every treatment, every treatment outcome is a valuable data. All this data we must have a central grid so that we will be able to process and use it well. And of course, this also largely improves the quality of care. So now I think I'll close this talk and open for questioning. If anybody would like to ask for any questions, I will be too happy to answer. Yeah, please. Can somebody give a mic?
It sounds good when we spoke about we don't have a standard protocol in terms of respiratory disease. Some we go for, still we maintain for a quantiferon TB gold, or we go for a gene expert, and it is not educated in such a way. And it has to be spread, and there is a gap also in between. And during the COVID time, for multiplex polymerase chain reactions, when FDA approved transmissions are available like BioFire or BioMerit has come into the market. So when we wait for a real-time PCR, it takes much time to evaluate for the patient. So that is to be addressed. There seems there is a gap in between. When we detect a multiplex PCR, it takes just 1 hour for the sample to run, either a DNA or RNA to detect. There is a gap in between that. And as you told, there is a missing of the data also which takes integrated. And you showed about the third point which I want to address is in terms of a surgical point of view. You were telling that robotic is very easy, where the doctor can access anywhere from Chennai to Tanjavur, and he can access anywhere. So, but it is very expensive, and on the table we get a cases whether we can go for like the patient, how many blocks it goes, either in LCX or circumflex, how it comes, and we decide on that. But robotic is, it is already, it cannot take a decision on the table. That is also lacking, I think that we can. How will you integrate that challenges when you operate a robotic, when you take up this case of when I go for a 5 bypass, when we need on the table, or otherwise when we do a robotic, what is the challenge that how will you address it?
Excellent. Very good.
Because the joint replacements that we can do, but when we do for such very minimum vessels, when we do it, it's very tough for us to undergo. Some of them have very less stenosis they may have in their arteries. That's the point which I want to address you. Anyway, your talk was very excellent. You covered all the topics. What I expected, it was there. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I will explain about this stenosis. See, what happens is, whenever a patient is reported of reported for a cardiac bypass, for that matter, what they do is they understand the stenosis, which is through the you will definitely have an you will do an artery. What is that? You do the study, artery study you do, and you have the complete screening of report. From the report you will be able to see how much length of stenosis you have, and what is the kind of percentage of block. Earlier in cath labs you have got a two-dimensional study. Now what happened, computational studies have come. So that is going to fix the extent of your stenosis. So we manage all the extent of the stenosis which need to be bypassed. For example, in a one LCH you will have 3 stenosis. So what happens is we study that. So this is all being done by a grid, a computer system. So it is going to suggest that how many bypasses you have to do, how many lima or whatever procedure that is needed. It is also suggested by the system, AI. Then once this is all given to the doctor. It is not done by the machine, only doctor. So he will have completely convinced. On top of it, everybody who goes for this bypass, they want to have an artery graft. They don't want a venous graft. When you go for the artery graft, it's really managed. The length of your artery, it takes, mammary graft, mammary length it takes, and it actually suits the number of graft you can do with your own the particular person. It gives you even that clarity to the doctor who was sitting there and operating the robo. Then the robo does if you see the sternum opening of a robo, it is millimeter accuracy. You will not have a mark. It is so beautifully done. So once it is open up, they go there, they do the intervention by the robos, and it will scavenge the entire thing and it clean it up. So you see the surgery is done very short time and the blood loss is less, and the graft also, as you program, it goes and does. And particularly the graft of a robotic arm is more precise than the human arm. So it is manageable. And as far as, of course, I have always approved, on the doctor's challenge. You are seeing the patient on the bed and you are trying to take a call. Sometimes you may not be able to, be able to visualize many factors. So if you have an emergency protocol system with you, which can give you a complete management protocol for you, then you will be able to address the patient very comfortably.
Multiplex polymerase chain reaction. So nobody has come in India to detect that whether I have adenovirus or a coronavirus or a petomegalovirus or a rhinovirus. To detect on a single time, it's very tough for us. And India so far that we have not taken an initiative.
Yeah, that is
France and other countries.
That is a big.
It's a challenge that we are facing now when virology comes in.
Yeah. Actually, what happens? The virologist, they have to see this. There is a WHO protocol which is already existing, but to do that for a patient, it costs a lot of money. It's a lot of money.
Reagents is costly.
Cost only. Otherwise, we can do. It is only the cost, because we have to be very careful in spending, because we have to treat multiple patients at a time. So it is cost effectiveness is more important. That is why we are not able to put it. Otherwise it exists. Any questions?
Yeah, here. So we are a startup company. So thanks for sharing all those wonderful opportunities here, right? So the huge challenge what we are facing here, right, the real-time data. So any model you do, even artificial machine learning, deep learning, we need the real-time data, right? So main challenge what we are facing is how we get the real-time data. We can have a model data, but behind the scene we need a real-time data to see, define all the models, right? So ideally the algorithm should work in a better way where we have a real-time data. So that's where the challenge. Also we need to make sure the data security, because we are collecting the entire patient's data, right? All those are very, very personal data where we need to make sure like everything should be secure way, unencrypted way. But main challenge what I want to answer from you is like how we'll get the real-time data and how.
See, whatever equipment that you are going to test, you should test it with a medical hospital. That team has to trust you. Unless you build or you have an MOU with them, or you can have a confidentiality agreement with them for the data access. Otherwise, doctors will not give the data. You have to have a neat understanding to have the data. Otherwise, remove the patient's basic history and you can collect data from government, which also, if they have permit, you can have a large amount of data and you can do it.
Is there any compliance we need to follow, or government is providing for particularly startup companies like us for a medical device like that?
Well, I think as far as India is concerned, they also follow the ICD and ICP, International Code for Disease, International Code for Procedure. The ICD-10 they follow. So if you can comply ICD-10 and ICP-10, then you will be able to have this management protocol that you can build. But as far as data, it's only hospital has to decide.
Yes, ideally data is the next oil, right? Because we need data, huge data for all these things, systems to build together.
Absolutely. But while doing my ventilator project, data flows to me because I put my own device, so that grabs all the data, we got into our web and then we processed it.
Thank you.
Any questions? Yeah.
Sir, adding to your point on the minimum invasive surgical robotic system, minimum invasive surgical robotic system. You spoke very beautifully. Adding to your points, whatever he has asked, I've seen practically in Hangzhou, China, the torso has been cut and directly they used to do that. It's a normal operation. So the switcher has to get cured. It will take almost 3 months. But due to this robotic surgery, keyhole surgery, within a span of 2 days, the patient was cured. Yeah. So, அந்த kind of technology, நான் சைனாவில் பார்த்தது, இங்கே ஸ்ரீவாஸ்தவான்னு ஒரு டாக்டர் பண்ணுறாரு சார். அவர் வந்து வைசாக்கில் பண்ணுறாரு. ஸோ நம்ம தமிழ்நாட்டுக்குள்ளே அதை கொண்டு வந்தால் காஸ்ட் எஃபெக்டிவாக இருக்கும். நம்ம GH பக்கத்தில் நம்ம கவர்மெண்ட் ஹாஸ்பிட்டல்.
No, actually, Tamil Nadu has got wonderful equipments. In fact, health, Tamil Nadu is the queen of entire India. We have been very nice and we have extended all kinds of support. But the problem that you are talking about, we have a robotic arm here. Many hospitals in government hospital has it.
Yes, sir. So, intuitive solutions, Da Vinci, they are very costly. 36 crores it cost. So, reverse engineering பண்ணி நம்ம இங்க
that is what I am trying to speak all this time. You know, we have to do the reverse engineering, build our own systems that is capable of doing this, which is lacking.
So,
that is the answer.
6 கோடிக்குள்ள கொண்டு வந்துடலாம் சார்.
That's right.
Thank you.
35 crores, but it can be brought to even 4 crores.
Yes, sir.
Mass manufacturing, we will be able to do that.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Thank you for your patient listening.
Let's give a big round of applause for Mr. Umagine, CEO Broadline Computer Systems. Thank you, sir, for providing us with an in-depth dive on opportunities in medical devices. We would like to give you a small token of appreciation. We would like to call Mr. Kevin George, Council Member, Future IT and Emerging Technologies, Government of Tamil Nadu, to come on to the stage and present Mr. Umagine with a memento. A grand round of applause, please. Thank you, sirs. We request all the delegates and dignitaries to stay back as we have come to the end of this beautiful 3-day summit. Yes, the valedictory session will be commencing in few minutes, and I would like all the delegates to take their seats. We request all the delegates to kindly be seated. Minister for Youth Welfare and Sports Development, Government of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Udayanidhi Stalin is here, and he is seeing the exhibition, and he will be here very shortly. So we request all the dignitaries and delegates to kindly take your seats until the valedictory session is about to commence. Now we would like to thank all the delegates and dignitaries for being present in Umagine Chennai, Asia's largest tech summit. We hope all the 3 days were filled with knowledge takeaway strategies to overcome the challenges in business, the future of and in technology. Now we have reached the finale of this wonderful summit, and we would like Ms. Sri Jayanti to take over.
A very warm welcome to one and all. I request all the dignitaries who are waiting outside to please come inside the hall. இளஞ்சூரியனாய் அக்கினி குஞ்சாய் மக்களின் வணக்கத்தையும் வரவேற்பையும் ஏற்றுக்கொண்டு மேடையை அலங்கரிக்கிறார் மாண்புமிகு இளைஞர் நலன் மற்றும் விளையாட்டுத்துறை மேம்பாட்டுத்துறை அமைச்சர் திரு உதயநிதி ஸ்டாலின் அவர்கள் மற்றும் மாண்புமிகு தகவல் தொழில்நுட்பம் மற்றும் டிஜிட்டல் சேவைகள் துறை அமைச்சர் திரு டி மனோ தங்கராஜ் அவர்கள் மற்றும் மற்ற சிறப்பு விருந்தினர்களும் மேடையை அலங்கரிக்கின்றனர். Ladies and gentlemen, let's warmly welcome the Honorable Minister of Youth Welfare and Sports Development, Honorable Minister of IT and DS and other special dignitaries to the valedictory function of the Asia's largest summit, Umagine Chennai. We are very much proud to register here that we witnessed a great grand success of the event with more than 15,000 registrations. This summit is organized by the Department of Information Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamilnadu, supported by Electronics Corporation of Tamilnadu, Software Technology Parks of India, and Confederation of Indian Industries. Felicitation. மாண்புமிகு இளைஞர் நலன் மற்றும் விளையாட்டு மேம்பாட்டுத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு மாண்புமிகு தகவல் தொழில்நுட்பம் மற்றும் டிஜிட்டல் சேவைகள் துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களை சிறப்பு செய்யுமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். நன்றி. I request our Honorable Minister is felicitating Thiru Hansraj Verma IAS sir. Our Honorable Minister will now felicitate Thiru Satyakam Arya, immediate past Chairman, CII Tamil Nadu State Council and Managing Director and CEO. Our Honorable Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services will now felicitate Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, Director, Software Technology Parks of India. Thank you so much, sir. Our Honorable Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services is now felicitating Thiru Kevin George, Council Member, Future IT and Emerging Technologies, Government of Tamil Nadu. Thank you so much, sir. I thank all the dignitaries on the stage. May I invite Thiru J. Kumaraguruvaran IAS, Secretary to Government, Department of Information Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu, to deliver the welcome address.
Honorable Minister for Sports and Youth Welfare, Thiru Udayanidhi Stalin, Honorable Minister for IT and DS, Thiru Mano Tangaraj, Thiru Satyakam Arya, MD and CEO, Daimler India Commercial Vehicles Private Limited. Thiru Hansraj Verma, IAS, Chairman and MD, TAIC. Thiru John Lewis, IAS, MD, ELCOT. Thiru Sanjay Tyagi, Director, STPI. Thiru Kevin George, Member, TN Advisory Council for Future IT. Dignitaries on the dais and distinguished members of industries, institutions and volunteers, I extend a warm welcome to all of you for the valedictory session of Umagine 2023. I am thrilled to share that we had an exhilarating 3 days with more than 18,000 participants attending 120 sessions, facilitated by over 320 speakers with 60 foreign speakers across 7 tracks in this groundbreaking event. Over 3,600 students got enlightened in this event. We have 5 key takeaways to share from the sessions and exhibitions over the past 3 days. The opportunity for technology is immense for Tamil Nadu. The future is bright and large for us. Speakers have highlighted areas of growth from leveraging the metaverse to emerging climate tech and new models of healthcare. The onus is on us to catch these opportunities. The current ecosystem of innovation in Tamil Nadu is thriving. We not only heard from multiple startups across keynotes, showcases, pitches and demos, but witnessed the enthusiastic interest of participants. From flying taxis to measuring our BP with just a selfie, startups are ushering in a new digital first future. There is no shortage of global interest in Tamil Nadu, with CGs from all over the world gracing Umagine with their presence. There exists immense potential for international collaboration. Just last evening, there was an MOU signed with Western Australia to establish a DNA data zoo in Tamil Nadu to improve biodiversity conservation efforts. We must work in tandem with the governments across the world to achieve our goal of becoming Asia's technology hub in $1 trillion economy by 2030. Beyond global collaborations, fostering interactions and internal collaborations between the government, industries and academia will be crucial in driving changes. R&D facilities to foster industry-academia relations is a key lever, but it is imperative to find sustainable models for long-term collaboration engaging all the stakeholders. Last but not the least, it is imperative that we do not rest on our glories. The journey ahead requires a lot of commitment from all the stakeholders, and there is a work to be done lot. As we heard, we need to develop our talent, skill and upskill our workers and foster the growth of our innovation ecosystem in Tamil Nadu. In closing, I would like to say that we have a great opportunity to build the $1 trillion economy for TN with the tech and digital as the foundations and become a global hub for innovation and new frontier technologies. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. We request Thiru Kevin George, Council Member, Future IT and Emerging Technologies, Government of Tamil Nadu, to deliver his address to the gathering.
Honorable Minister for Youth Welfare and Sports Development, Thiru Udayanidhi Stalin, sir. We fondly call you Uday Anna. Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, Thiru T. Manoj Thankaraj, sir. Honorable MLA, Thiru T.R.B. Raja, sir. Honorable Additional Chief Secretary, Thiru Hansraj Verma, IAS, Chairman and Managing Director, Tamil Nadu Industrial Investment and Corporation, Thiru J. Kumarkuran, IAS, sir. Secretary to Government, Information Technology Department, Thiru John Lewis, sir. Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, STPI Director, my industry colleague, Satyakam Arya, and all my industry friends, well-wishers, volunteers who all have come here to see this great occasion. What an event we had for last 3 days. Let's give a round of applause for the success of this great event we had for last 3 days. Former CM and our Dr. Kalanjar Ayya, he was the one who architected this IT revolution in India. He was the one who brought the first IT policy in India in 1997. He was the one who brought the Tidal Park, which is considered to be the Asia's largest IT park in India then. That was a seed to growth of technology ecosystem in the country. Now, with the brilliant and visionary leadership of Honorable CM through M.K. Stalin sir, he has rightly coined, and it's a time for a change in terms of the technology. He brought the view of the deep and emerging technologies, a prime focus for the next wave of growth. And that is where the world is leading to. That is where the industry is also leading to in the likes of ChatGPT and generative AI and Web3 ecosystem. And it was a visionary move of Honorable CM to announce in the recent budget 3 tech cities for Tamil Nadu. Definitely these kind of announcements and accelerations what the state government of Tamil Nadu is doing, that will put us as a digital capital of India, not only I would say India, maybe in the Asia, with the amount of efforts and the work that is done under the Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. M.K. Stalin sir. Our IT Minister has taken a great vision of 10% in the $1 trillion. It was not an easy target, which is like 100 billion. We are today around 2 lakh crore of ITS exports happening in the country, as stated by Director General of STPI in the inauguration. There's a long way to go. This will also propel 2.5 million job opportunities for the youth. And definitely, Umagine kind of an event is a one such initiative to show the world how the state is progressing in terms of the technology. And I must say that IT Secretary sir, IT Minister sir, LCOT MD, this team has worked tirelessly for the last few months to accelerate this program and bring in a massive success. Proudly say that 18,000 plus registrations. This is the first event in the Asia which has the largest number of registrations in any tech conference. And you could see the house is full, people are standing. That's a clear testimony of this event. And definitely, as we always call our Honorable Sports Minister, Uday Anna, definitely under your leadership, Anna, Tamil Nadu will win a lot of Olympic medals and for India. And you are very humble, very constructive leader. Please continue to inspire us. You know, the industry and people like us are behind it to follow you under your leadership. Thank you, Anna. And thank you very much for this opportunity and wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. We now request Thiru Satyakam Arya, Immediate Past Chairman, CII, Tamil Nadu State Council and Managing Director and CEO, Daimler India Commercial Vehicles Private Limited to address the gathering.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, friends from the industry, good afternoon to all of you. Well, it's a pleasure for me to join all of you at Umagine, which has emerged as one of the most impressive and interactive technology summits in Asia. In the last 3 days, we have witnessed incredible and thought-provoking speeches, technology demonstrations and discussions, all focused on next gen of technology. As mentioned by our Honorable Chief Minister during his inaugural address 2 days ago, Umagine has provided an inflection point, or it has become a stepping stone for global majors and tech leaders to converge and push the boundaries of technology and its development in Tamil Nadu. As also highlighted by our Honorable Chief Minister, the ultimate goal of any technological advancement is in empowering all its stakeholders in reaping its benefits and making sure that the economic progress is inclusive. I believe that this event is a rightful step in that direction. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past decade, we have seen amazing advancements in digital technology, from cloud computing, smartphones, virtual and augmented reality, and now the explosion of artificial intelligence and machine learning. This has made significant change in our behavior as users of technology. Not only do we expect personalized services through technology, we also have access to unlimited information and knowledge on demand. The rapid development of new technologies is also making all the organizations to think about their adaptability to these changes. Friends, we have with us Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services and the Honorable Minister for Youth Welfare and Sports Development. It's a privilege that leaders from the government representing two key dimensions of youth and technology are present here. Both these dimensions represent our nation's competitive advantage, the demographic dividend we have, and the technology disruption that is happening in this part of the nation. Our journey towards the overarching aim of achieving a GDP of $1 trillion by 2030 has certainly been bolstered by your presence. I would like to especially thank you on behalf of CII for your leadership efforts. In its journey towards transforming as a vibrant economy, CII's work with the government of Tamil Nadu continues to intersect in various initiatives. CII has been involved in the promotion of key areas by working closely with various government agencies, academic institutions, and industry. Being the event partner today is yet another example of our contribution to the state's progress. We thank the government of Tamil Nadu for giving us this opportunity. CII has also been working closely with the government, particularly the Information Technology Department, through its Connect series of conferences organized across the state. These conferences continue to foster growth and development of IT sector in Tamil Nadu, especially in Tier 2 cities such as Coimbatore, Madurai, Trichy, Salem, Kanyakumari, and Tirunelveli. Besides sector-specific facilitation, CII has been working very closely with the state government to identify and address the regulatory hurdles faced by businesses across the state. Through various forums and interactive sessions, we have brought the industry concerns to the attention of policymakers and advocated necessary reforms. Right from MSME to climate action, EV to AI, and from skills to retail, CII's efforts have benefited the industrial ecosystem and enhanced industry's competitiveness across the state. I am ending my address suggesting for even stronger public-private partnership in the field of IT and its related infrastructure in Tamil Nadu. CII will be privileged to play this role on behalf of the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We now request Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, Director, Software Technology Parks of India, to address the gathering.
Honorable Minister of Sports and Youth Welfare, the youth icon and a great actor, Udaradis Stalin. Honorable Minister of IT and Digital Services, Shri T. Manoj Thangraj. Shri Hansraj Verma ji, Additional Chief Secretary, Secretary IT, MD Elcott, Mr. Satyakam Arya, Immediate Past President CII, Honorable MLA, Mr. Balu, dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, Captain of the Industries, Entertainment, entrepreneurs, and member of the media. STPI, it's a privilege for the STPI to be the co-host of this event. STPI have been at the forefront from last several years to nurture the IT, ITES, and the SDM industries in the state of Tamil Nadu. We, along with the government of Tamil Nadu, are fostering the growth of the IT industry. We are having 1,000 plus very vibrant IT industry operating from the state of Tamil Nadu and contributing 2 lakh crore of the 2 lakh crore worth of the software export from this state. We always thought that Tamil Nadu have a potential to become a #1 destination in the country, we always thought that we are not marketing ourselves in a good way. We are thought that we are not nurturing the entrepreneurship properly in this state. And we were looking for an inflection point. We were looking for an opportunity to show to the world that we have the best of the entrepreneurs in our state. We are having the best of the infrastructure, best of the urban infrastructure in our state. We are having the best of the skills in this state. And the time has come. This government have taken this wonderful initiative for bringing this tech summit, this Umagine Tech Summit, to the state of Tamil Nadu and Chennai. Heartiest congratulations to the honorable ministers, to the IT minister, to the government for bringing this event to this state. And what an event it is. The numbers have already been given to you, but I feel like reading it once again. 130 sessions, 250 speakers, 7 tracks, 7 partner countries, 20 participating countries, and we have the first time brought Blue Ocean Award to the Chennai, which are able to attract so many startups from all over the country, evaluated them, awarded them, and helped them to grow further in their journey. 18,000 registrations, and we are having so many women speakers in this summit. We feel our Honorable Chief Minister have rightly said this is the inflection point. I think now onwards we will know pre-Umagine and post-Umagine scenario in Tamil Nadu. We'll be able to see the investment pouring in the Tamil Nadu. We'll be able to see that we'll be strive for the growth of the IT industry in the state of Tamil Nadu. And now I think nobody can stop us becoming the #1 in this country. So I once again congratulate all the organizers who have come together, Secretary IT, Honorable IT Minister, Honorable Chief Minister, under whose advice and guidance we have done this, and all the CII is praiseworthy. And last but not the least, the Idea Works, which has brought the Umagine over here, which has conceived this whole thing. And I would like to congratulate Mr. Amit Sai and Sandeep for making this possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We request Honorable Member of Legislative Assembly and Member Tamil Nadu State Planning Commission, Dr. T.R.B. Raja, to deliver his address to the gathering.
Honorable Minister for Youth Welfare and Sports, Honorable Minister for IT, Honorable Secretary for IT, Honorable ACS, CMD, Tech, Honorable through Secretary of the Government, Honorable through Udayanidhi Stalin Avargal, the amateur. He has graced this occasion on very short notice, I'm told. And rest of the dignitaries on the dais, Honorable through Satyakam Arya, through John Lewis Avargal, and the rest of the tremendous amount of CEOs that have joined here for this fantastic event. Umagine had a very small beginning at the Planning Commission. It started way back about 6 months back when we spoke about how the fintech policy and how GCCs need to be brought into Tamil Nadu in a big way. When it started, it was very small, but today, at the auspicious with the Honorable Minister for Youth Welfare and Sports gracing this occasion, this huge gathering of over 18,000 registrations and more than almost half of them being women has taken TN tech industry, taken the entire TN tech arena to a different level today. I would just like to add a few words what the Planning Commission is doing and how this tech-centric government is different from all the governments that's been here before. Honorable Chief Minister Avargal has been extremely curious about the development in the tech industry, especially as through Tyagi sir also said here, we have been the hub of tech in India. Actually, Tamil Nadu is said to be the number 2 most developed state in India by GDP and all that. But then, if you look by tax collection and all that, but then if you look at how industry is concentrated in Maharashtra, we are basically number 1. And the highest number of MSMEs also come from Tamil Nadu. So Tamil Nadu is number 1 in various aspects, with a lot of data fudging around. I will just stick to what the Planning Commission has to offer and just leave the dash to others. The Planning Commission has already come out with a few policies. You know the fintech policy which was rolled out by the Honorable Chief Minister some time back. That came up from the Planning Commission. I hope most of you must have heard about the fintech policy. We have a AVGC policy coming up. That's something which I want all of you to very carefully note. The AVGC industry has exploded. You know there's a huge amount of interest for AVGC in the country. Tamil Nadu has the highest number of labor force, the most skilled labor force for AVGC industry, and that is coming up very soon. And I think that policy will be lapped up by the CEOs present here too. And the next one which I want to tell you about is the EV policy and the industry 4.0 policy that we got out. The research R&D policy has a small sec inside inbuilt for GCCs to come into Tamil Nadu also. There's been a huge push from the Planning Commission on the behest of the Honorable Chief Minister Avargal. We funded over 20 crores for Anna University to start up the ITI in Anna University. That entire think tank has grown, and that is, I think they have tied up with STPI now for the next level of development. We only want to say all the entrepreneurs here, the Planning Commission is looking at developing ideas for the governance, to step up governance itself with enabling techies to come into governance itself. So if you have any bright ideas, let's say if you want to help government in governance, and if you have any bright ideas, the Planning Commission is willing to set up a meeting and then sit and talk and chat and even fund your projects for governance, in governance sector alone. Right now we are doing something in blockchain, and we would definitely like to hear something in bus fleet management. We have a requirement for GPS 3 updates. There's a huge requirement in food tech. The government is also, and cyber security is always fluid. It's not static. Governance is static. We can't have government officers taking care of cyber security because that is a static organization. But cyber security evolves every day. So cyber security requires a lot of public-private partnership. So the government is also open to that. We hope this entire exercise of Umagine has helped lots of you to come in and join hands with the government. The government is also willing to help you achieve your dreams, especially the youngsters. Our Honorable Chief Minister is willing to help you with open arms. So come into Tamil Nadu, come into governance, help us help you also, and all the best for this event. And it's a fantastic event. Congratulations to the Honorable Minister for pulling off such a huge event in Chennai. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you, sir. We now request Thiru Hans Raj Verma IAS, Additional Chief Secretary and Chairman and Managing Director, the Tamil Nadu Industrial Investment Corporation Limited, to address the gathering.
Honorable Minister for Youth Welfare and Sports Development, Government of Tamil Nadu. Honorable Minister for IT and Digital Service, Government of Tamil Nadu. Respected member of the Legislative Assembly and member State Planning Commission. Respected Sathyak Maharya, Dr. Tyagi, my colleagues, IT Secretary, MD Elcott, distinguished delegates in the audience and dear friends. We all stakeholders in Tamil Nadu have one common guiding principle, and this principle is the clarion call of our visionary Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu to make Tamil Nadu economy a 1 trillion economy by 2030. All our actions of all the stakeholders, including events like these, are means to an end. Friends, I'd like to raise two issues before our Honorable Minister for Sports and Youth Welfare. First is, You are a youth icon. Sir, India is a young nation. Our average age is 30 years. This demographic dividend comes in the life cycle of a nation once in 1,000 years. This is India's century. It's the youth who will make it happen, who will translate this opportunity into sustainable and tangible outcomes and developments at the field level. The youth is aspirational. The youth says, skill me and provide me the opportunities for employment, opportunities for entrepreneurship, for startups. Tamil Nadu already has a very thriving ecosystem. IT and IT-enabled manufacturing will create those jobs in Tamil Nadu which meets the aspirations of the youth. We have to create jobs to meet the aspirations of the increasingly aspirational youth. And IT is the way forward. This event will further cement Tamil Nadu's position as a thought leader in IT, emerging tech, deep tech, in technology. The second point is, we have to create jobs for the youth in tier 2 and 3 tier towns of Tamil Nadu. We have to follow Zoho model in which we have to provide high quality broadband connectivity. The best talent of Tamil Nadu resides in the tier 2 and tier towns of Tamil Nadu. With the BharatNet project at a very expeditious rollout, very soon this kind of bandwidth will be provided to all the small towns and villages of Tamil Nadu, which will create enormous opportunities for job creation there. Sir, the youth look up to you as the youth icon. We appeal to you to become the brand ambassador for demonstrating and displaying the prowess of Tamil Nadu at the national stage, at the international stage, at the state with tremendous potential in IT and allied sectors in manufacturing sectors. I'll conclude my address by complimenting the Honorable Minister for IT, the IT Secretary, the MD Alcott, the entire team for conduct of this historic and exemplary successful event. I also wish all the participants all the very best in their respective endeavors and their careers. Thank you and good day.
Thank you, sir. மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் வலியுறுத்தும் திராவிட மாடல் தத்துவத்தின் வழியில் தொழில்நுட்ப வளர்ச்சியில் புதிய எல்லைகளை தொடவழையும் அதே சமயம் உயர் ரக தொழில்நுட்பமும் சேவைகளும் தமிழகத்தின் ஏழை எளிய விளிம்பு நிலை கடைக்கோடி மக்களையும் சென்றடைய துணை நிற்கும் மாண்புமிகு தகவல் தொழில்நுட்பம் மற்றும் டிஜிட்டல் சேவைகள் துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களை சிறப்புரையாற்றி தருமாறு பணிவுடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம்.
Good afternoon. I hope you are all with the same spirit you had when you came for the conference. Am I right? Yes. Honorable Sports Minister of Tamil Nadu, respected Mr. Udayanidhi Stalin, my dear friend and the member of Planning Commission, respected Mr. T.R.B. Raja, the Additional Chief Secretary of Tamil Nadu and Chairman of TAIC, Hans Raj Verma, my dear Satyakam Arya, the former CAI President, dear Secretary of IT Department, Mr. Kumara Gurbaran, IAS, dear Sanjay Tyagi, Director of STPI, dear Mr. John Lewis, MD of ELCOT, dear Kevin George, who is one of the IT Advisory Council member, and dear brother Joseph, he is a steering committee member of this organization, bureaucrats who are here, industry heads, and IT fraternity, tech startups, my dear students, and the journalists who are all being here for the last 2 days. And I extend a warm welcome to one and all. I'm really very happy you're going to be with all of you in this wonderful evening. Today morning, I received a lot of calls, and there is a good response from the industry about this conference. And I would like to say one. It's by Mr. Kobal Srinivasan. You may be knowing he's an industry icon of TCS. He has written in his tweet, "Congratulations to Mano Tangaraj on a superbly organized event. Outdid themselves. Tamilnadu can regain lost ground with the concerted efforts like IT&D hubs and social policy." Really, it's such a good motivation for us. You all know that we have 2 V's in Tamil Nadu. 2 V's. One is the visionary leader, the Honorable CM we have. And it is not my version of saying, the entire world is saying. Tamil Nadu has got a visionary leader. The second V is about a vibrant youth leader we have. And he is with us now. And the additional chief secretary was telling very nicely, it's going to be an era of youths. And we are very fortunate to have the youth leader, the emerging leader, and the leader who is going to lead us in the coming generations is with us now. And we are proud of it. And he is extending lot of support, motivation to the IT department from the beginning. And I'll just brief certain things. You all know that this conclave we thought of conducting for a single reason. Whenever I go, to foreign countries and see such kind of things happening across the world, there is a question always that is within me. When you are going to provide these kind of things to your own people? For anyone to attend such kind of program, they have to travel to other countries and see the things. But this time, with the support of our Honorable CM and with the support of the industry and with the cooperation of all the people who are involved in this, especially the IT Advisory Council members, our team, steering committee members, CAA, we were able to make this happen in Chennai. And this is really a historic event. That's what I hope so. And the vision of this program is, of course, to enable or to contribute to the $1 trillion economy goal that is being set by our Honorable CM. And we have 3 specific objectives. The one is actually to showcase Tamil Nadu that we have the potential. We have talent, we have infrastructure, we have a visionary leader, we have a stable government, we have stable policies, and we have everything with us. And the government's commitment. So all these things we need to showcase to the entire world. The second thing is to bring all the stakeholders of this IT ecosystem into one platform. That really happened. You see the participation? The crowd is divided. Tech startups are there who are interested in becoming an entrepreneur are there. People into creative thinking, they are here. People who are into innovations, they are here. Researchers, scholars, so many kind of people, a wide variety of people who contribute the IT ecosystem is present here. They were able to contact each other, make dialogues, connect each other, and we have provided a platform for them to grow. That's a great thing we have did. And the third thing is about, it's a wonderful thing, it is also the thought of the present government, the Honorable CM's goal, that is Tech to Common Man. And the IT department's agenda for this remaining period is Tech to Common Man. How we are going to give access to common man technology so that he can make his life and livelihood in a better way. That is very, very important. We are proud of saying that we are a country, we provide lot of technology to the entire world. That's good. But at the same time, what about technology to deal with our day-to-day problems? Let it be agrarian crisis, let it be in the field of meditech, fintech, or whatever it is, in automation. And you may be aware that the IT department has taken a lot of initiatives in the past to deal with all these things. And it will take a lot of time for me to explain, so I am skipping that. So 3 objectives, specific objectives, this program has been run, and really it's to the satisfaction of everyone. And there is a question before me by the press and by eminent people. You are saying that you are going to achieve $1 trillion economy, right? The IT department has promised 10% of that, that is $100 billion. How it is going to be possible? It's a right question, I do agree. We have identified 6 growth areas like GCC, data centers, SaaS, ITITS, high-tech startups, and creative services. So we have identified these growth areas, and we are trying to build talent at the first, because to achieve this, we need at least 2.5 million, that's 25 lakh, high-tech human resource by 2030. So for this thing, the IT department is constructively working with ICT Academy, and the launch of IT&D Hub is going to contribute much towards this. So we have the proper plan of making a talent pool far better than what we have now. And in this time, I should tell you one thing. When we took charge, the number of people working in the IT industry in the state was 7,75,000 around. And now it has increased to 10 lakh. That's a great thing that has happened. You can visibly see Amazon has come and set up with 6,000 members. Nielsen IQ has come and set up more than with 3,000 plus. I can list a number of companies over here. Data centers, GCCs, everything is coming up. So this will continue, and we will keep the trend in the positive way through our policies and those kind of things. So all these initiatives we need to take. And I'll tell you one thing to the people who are here. There is a very good opportunity for all of you. There is a very good opportunity, I'm telling you. And the government is going to provide all the facilities required to make use of the opportunity. Now you have to make use of the opportunity. There is an opportunity, and the government is ready to make facilities for you, and it is you need to utilize that properly. So upskilling, reskilling, learning about one of the important question in all the sessions, a common question I can tell you now, how we will sell the products, how we will sell the products. And there is a right answer to in the programs conducted. That is, when you come up with a product, you have to very clearly understand the technology. And you have to make a proper understanding of the problem which we are going to address. And you need lot of skill for making it to happen. So there is a problem and you have a solution in your mind. How you are going to be connected with the technology? That's the question. If you bring a competitive best product, the government is ready for you to help you and connect you with the required set of people. That's the thing that we are going to do. So with all these things, I think the departments like LCOT, ICT Academy, TNEGA, and now the IT&T Hub, all the departments of the IT department is working hard to make this dream happen. And of course through TVA also, we are trying to propagate Tamil to the entire Tamil diaspora living across the world through Tamil Parapurai Kalagam and all. And I will conclude with just one question. Please raise your hands, those who know your father's name. I think everyone. So many people are not raising, please raise. Okay. How many know your grandfather's name? How many know your great-grandfather's name? The number is coming down. How many know your great-great-grandfather's name? Yes. We remember people who make changes, who achieve. That is the thing. So if you want to leave a footprint, and if you want your name to be remembered by the generations to come, you have to achieve. And this is the right time for achieve, and the government will support you to achieve your goals. Once again, I extend my thanks to every one of you for making this huge program success, and I extend my thanks to the Honorable Sports Minister for making this event a great success and motivating the youths. We can see all the crowd coming behind him to get a glimpse of him. That's a great thing. He is a charismatic leader. Thank you, brother.
மாண்புமிகு தகவல் தொழில்நுட்பம் மற்றும் டிஜிட்டல் சேவைகள் துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு நன்றி. Award distribution time. Under Non-Mudalvan, experiential project-based learning events were conducted by ICT Academy of Tamil Nadu, where 54,280 students from 428 colleges participated to solve 60 problem statements in the competition, and now the winners are awarded at this prestigious stage. I would like to invite Thirumathi Innocent Divya IAS Managing Director, TNSDC, and Mr. Uday Shankar from NASCOM to join us on the stage for the awards. May I request our Honorable Minister of Youth Welfare and Sports Development to felicitate the award distribution ceremony. Third place goes to RMB Engineering College. They are awarded with Rs 20,000 cash prize, trophy and certificates. Janssen Institute of Technology. They are awarded with Rs 30,000 cash prize, trophy and certificates. And now the second place award winners are at the stage. They are awarded with Rs 30,000 cash prize, trophy and certificates. And the first place goes to Mount Zion College of Engineering and Technology. They are awarded with Rs 50,000 cash prize, trophy and certificates. It is also now announced that A 1-year incubation support for the winners is provided by the Crescent Innovation and Incubation Council. The first prize goes to Mount Zion College of Engineering and Technology. They are awarded with Rs 50,000 cash prize, trophy and certificates. A big round of applause to all the winners. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. At this Asia's largest summit, ICT Academy of Tamilnadu releases a special issue on innovations and intelligence for computing and technologies. IICT 2023 in ICT ACT Journal of Soft Computing, a UGC CARE listed international journal. 162 research articles were submitted, and after double-blind peer review process, 13 best research articles were published in the special issue. We humbly request all the dignitaries on the stage to release the journal. I request Mr. Narendra, Head Research and Journals, to do the honors. Out of these 13 research articles, 5 research articles were qualified for final presentation and were presented today. We request Honorable Minister of Youth Welfare and Sports Development to award the winners. The winners qualified for the award at this prestigious stage are called upon to the stage. Third place goes to Venkataragava, Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning. Second place goes to Dr. Preeti, RV College of Engineering. And first place goes to Mr. P. Helmholtz, Curtin University. The third place award winner is presented with Rs 20,000 cash prize and a certificate. And the second place award winner is presented with Rs 30,000 cash prize and certificate. And this first place award winner, Mr. P. Helmholtz from Curtin University, is awarded with Rs 50,000 cash prize and a certificate. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. வீரத்தில் இது சிறிய வீரம், இது பெரிய வீரம் என்று பாகுபாடில்லை. தழல் வீரத்தில் புஞ்சென்றும் மூப்பென்றும் உண்டோ என்ற பாரதியின் வரிகளை மெய்ப்பிக்கும் வகையில் பெரியார், அண்ணா, கலைஞர், நமது முதல்வர் வழியில் எல்லோருக்கும் எல்லாம் என்ற திராவிட மாடல் தத்துவத்தை உயிர் மூச்சாய் சுவாசிக்கும் அக்னி குஞ்சாய், விடியலின் இளங்கதிராய் மேடையை அலங்கரிக்கும் மாண்புமிகு இளைஞர் நலன் மற்றும் விளையாட்டு மேம்பாட்டுத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களை வாழ்த்துரை வழங்கி சிறப்பிக்குமாறு பணிவுடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to invite our Honorable Minister of Youth Welfare and Sports Development to deliver his valedictory address.
Honorable Minister for Information Technology, Thiru Mano Thangaraj avargal, respected Additional Chief Secretary, Chairman and Managing Director, Tamilnadu Industrial Investment Corporation Limited, Thiru Hansraj Verma IAS avargal, Respected Secretary to the Government, Department of Information Technology and Digital Services, Thiru Kumara Gurubaran IAS avargal. Respected Managing Director, TNSDC, Tirumadi Innocent Divya IAS avargal. Respected Managing Director, ELCOT, Thiru John Lewis IAS avargal. State Planning Commission Member, Sattamanda Urupinar, Member of Legislative Assembly, Thiru TRB Raja avargal. Thiru Satyakam Arya, CIA Tamilnadu State Council and Managing Director of CEO, Daimler India Commercial Vehicles Private Limited avargal. I have to thank you at this juncture, sir, because through Satyakam Arya, the CEO of Daimler India, they have provided ₹1 crore as a CSR fund for Chetak Triplicate constituency. I take this opportunity to thank you here. Through Kevin Raj, IT Advisory Council member. Through Sanjay Tyagi, Director of Software Technology Parks of India avargal. Through Devidar, Advisor of IT Department avargal. Anivarkum the நேரத்தில் வணக்கத்தையும். Dear esteemed speakers, eminent guests and distinguished members of the audience, anivarkum வணக்கம். அதுக்கு நேரம் பேச மாட்டேன். தெரியும் மணி 1:30 மணி ஆகுது, நீங்க எல்லாம் பசியில் இருப்பீங்க. It is a privilege to be here at this important platform that celebrates the role of technology in enabling growth and development. As many of my other honorable ministers have mentioned here, technology has a key role to play in building the $1 trillion economy for Tamil Nadu. The duty of shaping technology-enabled growth lies within our very young population that is among us. As we look into the future, we have a great opportunity to drive sustainable and inclusive growth for India. India, especially Tamil Nadu, is blessed with a very young workforce. We will constitute nearly 20% of the world's working age population in the coming decades. But this is accompanied by an important responsibility for all of us. In the next 25 years, we will need to generate more than 220 million incremental jobs to employ India's young population. The fabric of the new workforce would include employment in emerging technology and digital sectors that will require new skills and capabilities. If we rise to this challenge, we can play a critical role to bring our entire population above the poverty line. Certainly, Tamil Nadu is a pioneer in making lakhs of technocrats and professionals. Thanks to the stupendous steps in the field of technology, which were initiated by our visionary leader, Dr. Kalaignar M. Karunanidhi. For the first time in India, Dr. Kalaignar introduced a state information technology policy in the year 1996. It was later adopted by the union government. In 1996, Kalaignar brought the computerization into Tamil Nadu and spearheaded to spread the computer usage and education. This resulted in the increase of software products exports. Since Kalaignar scraped the entrance test, it opened greater avenues for rural and downtrodden youths to emerge as a great technocrats and to position them to global stage. After clearing decks for accessing higher education, the DMK government, under the leadership of Dr. Kalaignar, established the Tidal Park in Chennai in the year 1999. Kalaignar's vision made the Rajiv Gandhi Road to be called as the IT corridor, as it is an important IT cluster in the world map. Currently, the IT corridor has at least 4,000 IT and IT-enabled services companies with more than 8 lakh IT workers. Tamil Nadu has numerous privileges. We are the second largest economy in the country and among the fastest growing one in India. We have a great talent pool of youth, and with this, Tamil Nadu stands third place in the country in the gross enrollment ratio for the secondary education. This is well above the national average, which is about 57%. Our female labor force participation is nearly at 40%, which is closer to the global average and twice the country's average. In order to ensure and encourage women students to pursue higher education and for stepping into the workforce, the government, under the able leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, has introduced the Pudumai Pen scheme. This scheme grants rupees 1,000 per month per college student who has completed their schooling in government schools. About 1.15 lakh girl students are benefited in the scheme. We are looking at many initiatives to support the youth and help our country realize its full potential. These include setting up modern digital and technology infrastructure, providing technology-led learning experiences in our schools, and upskilling opportunities for youth in technology thrust areas like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, machine learning, and software as services. Our Honorable CM has launched a special initiative named Naan Mudalvan to create a skilled technical workforce. We provide technical and soft skills training to the targeted students. We are planning to cover all the education institutions in the state. In this current financial year, the state government has announced in its budget that about rupees 50 crores will be allotted for the Naan Mudalvan scheme. Currently, around 13 lakh students from engineering and arts and science colleges are being trained under this Naan Mudalvan scheme. Further to Tamilnadu Technology Hub, we are nurturing the ecosystem of startups in emerging deep tech areas with academic network of more than 570 engineering colleges, engaging with researchers and industry partners to pave the way for the innovation that will drive us into the future. This event is a remarkable platform for all of us to converge talent from various geographies and domains. The crucial aspect of this Umagine Technical Conclave is to encourage participation from youth of this country, showcase their innovative ideas, and learn from distinguished experts across the sectors. I urge all of you to make the most of this opportunity to collaborate with each other and build new ideas and new business. I thank everybody for conducting this 3-day event with the participation of more than 150 companies, 250 speakers, and more than 130 sessions under four categories, and with the participation of 10,000 plus people from across the globe. I thank the Honorable IT Minister, Additional Chief Secretary, and the Secretary to the IT Department, and all the other dignitaries, and the Consulate Generals who have visited this conclave and signed Memorandum of Understanding with the IT Department and our government. You have the opportunity to shape our future. Umagine will be a crucial platform for driving the technology-led growth spectrum of Tamil Nadu. I hope this summit has brought together startups, investors, industry flag bearers, technology drivers, policy makers, and academicians from all over the world. I am sure that this will showcase the thriving technology and innovation ecosystem in Tamil Nadu. Our Department Secretary, ACS, Thiru Hansraj Verma, requested here to be the brand ambassador for the IT department. We already have a very good brand ambassador for our state, our Honorable CM. He has already, in all the surveys, he has already been elected as the #1 CM in the whole country, and he is working hard to bring Tamil Nadu state as the #1 state in our country. On behalf of the ACS, I request each one of you to be the brand ambassador of the state, and we will work towards it. Thank you. Nandri. Vanakkam.
வாழ்த்துரை வழங்கி சிறப்பித்த மாண்புமிகு இளைஞர் நலன் மற்றும் விளையாட்டு மேம்பாட்டுத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு நன்றி. We request Thiru A. John Louis IAS, Managing Director FAC, Electronics Corporation of Tamil Nadu, to deliver vote of thanks.
Dear all, I am delighted to be here to thank all of you on the valedictory session of this Umagine Summit 2023. I am truly inspired to see the potential and activity in technology and digital space. As the MD of Elcott, I am highly optimistic about the future of technology in Tamil Nadu. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Honorable Minister for Youth Welfare and Sports, Thiru Udayanidhi Stalin, for consenting to grace this occasion on this day. You are an inspiration for the youth who are here with us today to take this state to the logical place in the IT sector, that is to be the #1 state in the IT space. We are indeed grateful to our Honorable Minister for IT and DS, Thiru Manoj Thangaraj, for conceptualizing and organizing this great event. You led us from the front with your vision to make this event a grand success. We thank, through TRV Raja, Honorable MLA, Member Planning Commission, for his presence here today with your valuable support from the Planning Commission for this IT sector of the state. We would like to extend our sincere thanks to Satyakam Arya, MD and CEO of Daimler India, for his presence here today. Your inspiring thoughts for automated vehicle is the future of mobility. Thank you, sir. We extend our heartfelt thanks to Ansaraj Verma IAS, ACS and CMD TIC for kindling the entrepreneurship attitude of the youth with government support. We are grateful to Sanjay Tyagi, Director STPI, for his vibrant activities in promoting an ITS in the state, sir. We sincerely thank Kevin George, Member, Teen Advisory Council for Future IT, for his effortless support in coordinating various stakeholders of this Imagine Committee for successful conduct of this event. Our deepest gratitude to the Imagine organizing team, led by our Secretary J. Kumaragurubaran IAS, for his efforts day in, day out have resulted in grand success of this event. A big thanks to all the partner companies who have worked with us to bring this event to life. Imagine 2023 would not have been possible without you. I am grateful to all the consulate generals and diplomats who made their stint here, and all the leaders who have graced this event and kickstarted the efforts to establish a sustained collaboration through the Imagine platform. It has been wonderful to witness the high degree of involvement from the global collaborators, industry, and as well as academia. We are extremely grateful to you for their support. Our sincere thanks to the organizing partners, the CII, IMI, IdeaWorks, KNIT, Zogo, exhibitors, sponsors, Startup TN, speakers, and delegates who have been instrumental in making the event a big success. I also extend my sincere thanks to the media, police officials, Greater Chennai Corporation, CTC staff, and other government senior bureaucrats, officials, volunteers, support staff, and each and every soul who rendered this valuable support to this event and to make it a great success. I thank all the attendees here today who brought the events to life with your enthusiastic participation. I look forward to see how we can build on top of this platform and progress together to make this state a #1 in the country. Thank you all. Nandri.
Thank you, sir. Let's raise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल भंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thanks everyone. We thank all the dignitaries on and off the stage and the guests to have adorned this occasion. Thanks everyone.